been largely peaceful. We've seen police officers allow them to snake them way through the block traffic, and no real skirmishes. I think there's one report of a splinter group coming off of the protest and having some sort of scuffle with police. But for the most part, you continue to hear this message. And again, you can see how densely packed it is out here. Everyone out here is aware that we are in the middle of the coronavirus crisis, but they continue to tell us they believe this is a message that cannot wait until after the public health risks are gone. They have tried to keep a tone of positivity, trying to keep a tone of making sure that the world knows that they do not support a lot of the agitation and some of the violence that has happened in the evening times. This is a group that has stayed on the message against police violence. There has been really not even a single instance that we've seen with our own eyes of anyone being aggressive toward the police. Certainly there have been verbal jabs at police. A few moments ago, we stopped as we saw a group of protesters kneel down next to NYPD officers, and they continually chanted 9 minutes and 32 seconds, of course, against police violence, the lengthy period of time that Minnesota.
We're having technical difficulties with
the police had George Floyd under their knee. So obviously this is a moment where they're taking a breath. There's likely to be some speakers, but I think that it's fair to say that this entire evening has been really not even. This has been a protest that has focused on that political message, and it has not strayed into any of the violence, the fires, or the looting that we've seen at night. We will continue to watch this, and I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Chris, thank you. Keeping us posted there in Manhattan. Let's head to Mineola now. Protesters have been gathering for the past hour there. We've seen some more police presence as well. Want to go out to news
has been really not even.
Force Paisy Chang live out there.
This
Paisy, how's
a protest
it
that has
there?
focused on that political message, and it has not strayed into any
Natalie,
of the violence,
this is by far the
largest the looting that we've seen at night.
Protest that happened here on Long Island today. This is Mineola, right?
All right, Chris, thank you. Keeping us posted there in Manhattan.
You can see that there are
Let's head to Mineola
some
now.
speakers right now, but there are tons of people here,
for the
hundreds of people.
Past hour there,
holding
we've seen some more
signs,
police
decrying
presence
what
as well.
happened to George Floyd.
Has been really not even.
Force Paisy
Messages,
Chang
Black
live
Lives
out there.
This has been a
Matter.
protest that has focused on that political message,
Enough
and
is
it has
enough.
not strayed into any
Next,
of the
this is by
violence,
far the
fires, or the looting that we've seen
This
at night.
protest that happened here on Long Island today. This is Mineola, right?
All right, Chris, thank
which
you.
is
Keeping
amazing.
us posted there in Manhattan.
You can see that there are
Let's head to Mineola
some
now.
speakers right now, but there are
gathering
tons of people here,
for the
hundreds of people.
Past hour there,
holding
we've seen some more
signs,
police
decrying
presence
what
as well.
happened to George
Want to go out to
Floyd.
news
Has been really not even.
Force Paisy
Demonstrators
Chang
Black
live out
Lives
there.
Matter. For the most part, this is a very
focused on that political message,
enough
and it
is
has
a
not strayed
demonstration.
into any
Next,
of the
this is by
violence,
far the
fires, or the looting that we've seen
This
at night.
protest that happened here on Long Island today. This is Mineola, right?
All right, Chris, thank
which
you.
is
Keeping
amazing.
us posted there in Manhattan.
You can see that there are
Let's head to Mineola
some
now.
speakers right now, but there are tons of people here,
for the
hundreds of people.
past hour there.
Holding
We've seen some more
signs,
police
decrying
presence
what
as well.
happened to George Floyd.
Has been really not
For
demonstrators
here
lives matter. This is a very
focused on that political message.
Enough
and it
is
is
the
not
demonstration.
Next,
This is why
sow discord or inflame racial tensions.
It's hijacking a cause. There was no agenda for a protest last night as breaking into stores and stealing property.
That is something we do not see typically in this city.
They're going to look to distract and discredit this moment. And the looting and those things will play right into their hands.
We don't want to loot. That's not what we out here for.
I think there are instigators that are erupting in this violence, and it reflects on black people.
Demonstrators say it is infuriating to see their legitimate anger and frustration being manipulated like this. Putting live in Soho, Stefan Kim, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Stefan, thank you. From Manhattan to Long Island, where there were several different rallies today, all demanding justice for George Floyd. Their calls taking on new meaning after the death by asphyxiation autopsy report today. We're going to continue our coverage with Long Island reporter Kristen Thorne. She's live in the Nassau County village of Mineola. Kristen.
Bill, we have about 500 to 600 people here at this protest outside the Nassau County Executive Building. They've been chanting things like Black Lives Matter and I Can't Breathe, but there also has been prayer. A local reverend just prayed with people here. You're now hearing from some speakers. There were other rallies held throughout Long Island today.
It shouldn't have come to a point where we all have to stand out here in a pandemic across America to, get the message out that all lives matter, that Black lives matter.
But these protesters in Comac say they have no choice.
I can't breathe.
They say pandemic or not, they have to protest the death of George Floyd.
The mass incarceration system and other systems of oppression have been killing innocent black folks for generations, and it's time's up to speak up and not use silence as an excuse to remain complacent.
Protesters have been gathering peacefully at this spot on Jericho Turnpike for the past several days. Police have been patrolling the protest. There have been no incidents.
We'll increase staffing depending on the size of the crowd. That's the difficulty with policing this type of event, is we don't know what to expect.
A similar protest took place this afternoon on Route 347 in Port Jefferson Station.
Black Lives Matter. Use your voice. Our voice, unfortunately, is louder than those being affected.
In all of these protests, including this one right here in Mineola, everyone is wearing a mask, and local leaders are urging people to do that. They understand that we are in a crisis, but we also are in a public health crisis. We're live in Mineola. I'm Kristen Thorne, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Kristen, thank you very much. All right, Kristen, thank you very much. We want to show you this powerful scene earlier today in Minneapolis at the site where George Floyd was killed. One of his brothers traveled there from his home in Brooklyn to pray at the site. He collapsed into a friend's arms as he tried to kneel on one knee. He then delivered an emotional message calling for peaceful protests.
If I'm not over here messing up my community, come on. What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Y'all doing nothing. Because that's not going to bring my brother back at all.
Well, Floyd's family hired former New York City medical examiner Dr. Michael Batten to conduct a private autopsy, the results of which were just released. The family says compression to Floyd's neck and back led to a lack of blood flow to his brain. Doctors said that he died of asphyxiation from sustained pressure. The family autopsy also saying that Floyd was essentially dead at the scene. And as we continue with Eyewitness News at 6 on this Monday night, the other major story of the day and the reopening of our area. Governor Murphy today unveiled plans for phase 2 of reopening the state, including beauty salons and outdoor dining. And in sports, the players make their proposal for starting Major League Baseball, but what will the owners have to say about it? Sports is coming up right after this.
And I'm meteorologist, legal
Wilburn. Little rain shower activity coming through the Hudson Valley right now. Plants getting a little drink as we go through the evening hours. Our temperature's going to be dropping through the 60s. Couple of these showers making it through Connecticut, lower Westchester, maybe the North Shore of Long Island. We'll see more clouds move in later. Won't be as chilly as last night. Our rain chances really low tomorrow, but then some storms will be tracking midweek, along with some scorching temperatures. First day of hurricane season, we have a new tropical depression. It's all coming up at AccuWeather.
All right, so you were just watching WABC TV here in New York.
The good news in Mineola right now is the situation has been very peaceful, and I hope the protesters
stay peaceful.
And let's hope that
we won't have
the situations that we saw in
DC,
Minneapolis, in Manhattan, Brooklyn,
Boston,
and LA that have happened in the past 48 hours.
So let's hope that we can
still keep to peaceful protesting. So
I don't have any scanners
on.
I'll
try to get the feedback from what I was
watching earlier
because I do have to take care of a couple of things. I'll try to be back in
20 to 30 minutes. Folks,
we're getting word now that President Trump is going to address the nation at
any moment now.
This is just coming in from NBC News.
So I will have to
monitor that. I'll have to monitor that.
My colleague Jason Anthony
is live right now.
48 hours.
So I'm just listening into him for a quick second.
So we're gonna go back to
NBC4 New York. If they still have their feed.
They still live right now?
Or no?
Okay. Okay. They are still live.
They are still live. Good.
I was worried that we
couldn't get Channel 4 back and I couldn't play the scanner.
Yes, we'll try to get the
scanner back on in just a second.
I will be back.
I will be back.
Well, us, we're gonna do a mini transit report. So let's get into it, shall we? We're having issues at the 6th Avenue line, and that is that southbound F and M trains are running at slower speeds in Manhattan while our crews work to address a signal problem at 34th Street, Herald Square. Let's see commuter rails. There are planned demonstrations throughout our service territory where result in increased crowding and changes to our service. Please allow extra travel time if possible. Plan to leave Grand Central Terminal early. We have delays on the Harlem line. And we have that the Harlem line is experiencing delays up to 20 minutes due to scheduled track work and signal tracking between Crestwood and Hartsdale. Let's see where else we have delays. On west of Hudson, we have delays on the Pascagoula Valley line. And that is at the Pascagoula Valley Line train 9621 that arrives at 6:26 into Spring Valley is up to 20 minutes late due to earlier switch problems. And we have no issues on the LIRR. Let's see buses. We have that the B44 and B44 Plus are detour in both directions because of protests along Fulton Street between Marcy and Law Street. Northbound bus stops on Fulton and New York Avenue, Fulton Street, North Street, and Bedford Avenue, Fulton will now be made. Southbound bus stops on North Street and Putnam, North Street and Hancock Streets, and North Street and Atlantic Avenue will now be made. Stops will be made along the detour routes as requested. Also, we have detours on the B25 bus along Fulton Street between Bedford and Tompkins. Eastbound stops on Fulton and Bedford, Fulton and North Street, Fulton and Marcy will now be made. Westbound stops on Fulton and New York, Fulton and North Street will not be made. Stops will be made along the detour roads as requested. We have delays on the B6 bus due to activity at East 31st Street, Glenwood Road. We have delays on the B45 bus due to protests near Atlantic Avenue Barclays Center. And also we have delays on the B65 bus or delay in both directions due to NYPD activity in the vicinity of 5th Avenue and Dean Street. Let's see in Manhattan. Alright, we have the detours on M34 Plus, M34A Plus. Are being detoured to 42nd Street in both directions because of MDNY activity on 34th Street between 2nd and 3rd. Westbound stops on 2nd Avenue and 3rd Avenue on 34th Street will be missed. No eastbound stops will be missed. Stops will be made as requested on 42nd Street. And we have westbound M66 bus are detoured because of protests on 67th Street between 3rd Avenue and Lexington Avenue. Westbound buses will run on 72nd Street between 3rd Avenue and Lexington Avenue and no stops will be missed. Let's see in Queens. We have delays on the Q38 bus, a detour because of protests on Queens Boulevard, Woodhaven Boulevard. Northbound buses will use the LIE service road from Queens Boulevard, resuming a regular route in Junction Boulevard and 57th Avenue. On the Q29 detour, same roads. Northbound stops will between Dry Harbor Road and 83rd Street, and Queens Boulevard 59th Street will not be made. And northbound Q53 Plus stops on Queens Boulevard 59th Street will not be made. There's detours on the Q88. There's delays on the Q11, Q21, and Q52 Plus. Let's see New Jersey Transit Rail.
Agencies sending their protective units over to Lafayette Park to make sure this place does not get out of control. As we saw last night, fires were set at multiple places around the White House, inside St. John's Episcopal Church. The historic church has been worshipped at by every president since James Madison. There are other installations around the White House, including the AFL-CIO that had its lobby torched briefly before that fire was brought under control. And so the president is stepping into this situation to potentially, we think, to deliver a message of law and order. He hasn't been in much of a mood for issuing words of calm. He didn't do that on the phone earlier today with the nation's governors, when he was accusing them of being weak and saying that they need to dominate the streets, asking these governors why they aren't using National Guard troops and so on. And so he has been kind of laying down this marker that he's ready to get tough. At one point, tweeting earlier this afternoon, a tweet from Arkansas Republican Senator Tom Cotton about the use of
We have a service advisory for next weekend on the Northeast Corridor, North Jersey coastline, and Morrison Nexus lines. Possible delays to track work from Friday, June 5th to Monday, June 8th.
haven't seen in generations in this country. And I suppose the question is whether or not any of this works for the president. I will tell you.
We're talking about delays up to 20 minutes this upcoming weekend, both directions on North Penn. Let's see what Andy's randomness sent me.
Jason, I just heard on the scanner there's possibly a crowd gathering at Barclays Center again.
Thanks, Andy, for letting me know. Most likely that crowd is coming from Bed-Stuy. And we're waiting for a press conference of President Donald John Trump in about 4 minutes from now.
Yes, it is, because I was showing WABC's feed earlier.
Yeah, I was having audio technical difficulties on my stream. The issue has been resolved, and now I'm doing a mini transit report. Everything's good. I have the cameras from DOT. Everything is good, and I'm syncing with your feed also.
In breaking news, Trump expected to address the protest in about 4 minutes at around 6:30.
We are aware about this, man. Thank you for letting me know. Meanwhile, Andy and I are covering the protest here in New York, and I'm gonna see if I could get a feed from Minneapolis.
Statement. I don't know if we'll answer reporters' questions in the process, but we've been making a brief statement. And now all of a sudden we see the military police getting closer and closer to the demonstrators. Alex Marquardt is there on the scene for us. You see the demonstrators, a large number, they're raising their hands, and all of a sudden they're eyeball to eyeball with U.S. military police. They've got their shields, their batons, and they're getting closer and closer. Alex, you're very close to that scene right now, aren't you?
Yeah, well, we are right here, right in front of them. It is unclear why they have decided they have felt the need to come right up to the barrier. This is the closest they have been to the protesters in the last few hours. Now, it is most likely because the president is about to speak, and once this crowd finds out that the president is going to speak, and I can tell you that most of them were not aware, have not been aware, it would likely set off another ripple of anger throughout this crowd. But yes, Wolf, what you're looking at here is D.C. National Guard, as well as Secret Service, all with their riot gear, who have marched right up to these barricades where these protesters are on the northern edge of Lafayette Square Park. The protesters are putting up their hands, many of them saying, "Hands up, don't shoot." There is a long list of law enforcement agencies who have come here to quell these protests, or out in the streets to quell these protests, I should say, in the streets of Washington, D.C., and we have just learned at the back of the crowd is approaching Atlantic Avenue at this time. 5 other shooters have been arrested here in Washington, D.C. So that, just to put that in context, that's over 10 different law enforcement bodies that are now active in D.C. to keep control of these protests, to make sure that they don't get out of hand, as we have seen the last few nights. Now,
WNBC feed right now on YouTube.
Army soldiers would be coming up from North Carolina to join.
Roger that, Abby. I'm keeping an eye what's going on.
These protests until now have been entirely calm. In fact, even
sounds like airmail has been dispersed to University Place right now.
Police come up to confront the protesters. We have not seen the protesters.
This is not good, and I hope that Charlton listens to us tonight, because this is not a joke.
So the protesters, for the most part, have their hands in the air. Many of them chanting, "Hands up, don't shoot."
I'm unable to report on Central. Find out. University, large crowd,
Alright, be advised, when there are units being moved and advised on Wasteland University with airmail. We have our gas masks at the ready as well. This is something that we saw last night and in the course of the past few days. So we'll, as we get ready to hear.
We are going to see if we could tune in CNN on our Spectrum feed. That right now things are getting heated up in Washington, D.C.
Exactly. He shouldn't have the mindset of
Let's
saying,
check out the forecast.
"Oh, no sleep till Brooklyn."
Look for a dry.
Yeah, because he was kind of hard-headed, came into Brooklyn, me telling him not to do it, he came anyways, so let's see what's gonna happen tonight, or let's see where he is. Alright, we're having technical difficulties on our end. And we have breaking news to report. We have about between 600 and 800 National Guard members from 5 states requested for Washington, D.C. So this is a breaking news to report.
Department of Defense has been working with the Department of Justice and other officials in the city of Washington, D.C. to provide sufficient forces for protecting the city and maintaining peace this evening. The stated goal is to help the city with their needs. As we've reported before, the entire D.C. National Guard, that's about 1,200 military personnel, the entire D.C. National Guard has been activated already. The additional personnel will come from Delaware, New Jersey, New York, Ohio, and Utah. Pretty stark developments, and you see the protesters now moving. They are backing up. This is in Washington, D.C., as the military personnel get closer and closer. This is potentially going to get very, very ugly, even as the President of the United States is getting ready to deliver what he describes as a brief statement on all of this that's unfolding. These are stunning images we're seeing here in the United States of America right now. Truly stunning images. Protesters have their hands up. And all of a sudden, you see the military police, the Secret Service personnel, uniformed Secret Service personnel and others moving closer and closer to them. Clearly, they're anxious to try to disperse these demonstrators. These demonstrators don't want to leave. They've been very, very peaceful. They've been screaming, they've been shouting, yes, but it's been very, very peaceful. And now you see the military personnel, the other police officers getting closer and closer. This is a standoff that could explode even as we await. Momentarily, we're told, the President of the United States to walk into the Rose Garden and deliver a statement. Don Lemon, what do you think?
Well, I think that there was a reason. Again, as I said, the Attorney General came out, as you can see now, there as he walked back in, there's an escalation in what police are doing. They appear to have become more aggressive with the protesters. So let's see how this plays out. And the President coming out, again, all of this sort of a made-for-TV moment as the President comes out and probably going to deliver a law and order type speech. But listen, Van mentioned 1992 earlier, and yes, those were horrific riots and protests in the United States. But mainly, and listen, I was in New York City working in news in a newsroom in New York City. Yes, there were riots in cities around the country. Yes, there were protests in cities around the country, but they did not last for 7 days. This has lasted for 7 days in major cities, most every major city around the country, and it has no signs of slowing down. 1992 with Rodney King was mostly confined to Los Angeles. A lot of people died. 63 people died. About 2,300 people were injured. 12,000 people arrested. $1 billion in property damage. Mostly confined to Los Angeles. This has been every major city in the country and building. Wolf, you got people.
All right, y'all, take a look, Don. Hold on. This tear gas is now being fired. You can see what's going on. The police are moving. They're trying to disperse this crowd that is gathered at Lafayette Park. Clearly, they don't want these protesters to be there, even though they were peaceful. They were just screaming a little bit, but they were not endangering anyone. And all of a sudden, tear gas and these protesters now, they're going to presumably run away and try to regroup elsewhere. But this is clearly a very, very dangerous situation, and it's unfolding as we await the President of the United States to make a statement from the Rose Garden on all of this that has unfolded over this past week since the killing of George Floyd, 46 years old, in Minneapolis, Minnesota. You see this situation. It's deteriorating quickly right now. And I can't stress, this is right across the street from the White House, off of Pennsylvania Avenue. The north lawn of the White House is right behind Lafayette Park, where these protesters had gathered, once again, very peacefully. And all of a sudden, the police were ordered in. They're firing tear gas. They're trying to disperse this crowd, and it's turning very nasty.
Right there. Report. We have a cancellation on New Jersey Transit rail operation, and that is that the Northeast Corridor train 7673 that departs at 7:51 from New York Penn Station has been canceled due to engineer availability. Please take train 7273 that departs at 8:07 from New York Penn Station, making an additional stop at North Elizabeth.
But that's what we're facing here at this very moment. We can hear those flashbangs coming in, as we've been hearing over the last couple of days, breaking out right now. Now, we do expect the President to deliver a law and order-focused address. The teleprompters are set up, and so we'll be seeing, as it's described from time to time, teleprompter Trump. That potentially means he won't be taking any questions, but as you know, expect the unexpected with the President. He may deliver these remarks and then decide to take questions. But my sense of it is, Wolf, is that he's going to be explaining why we saw those military vehicles transporting those troops over to the park to try to help quell this disturbance. Now, obviously, the question is going to be asked, and we'll try to ask the question as he walks out of here if he doesn't take any questions. You know, where is the message of calm? Where is the message of trying to calm things down around this country? Because obviously you can send in the cavalry, you can send in all of these military forces. That doesn't necessarily make the protesters go away unless you want to really crack some skulls out there. And those are images that this White House has to realize comes with a massive political risk.
People are suffering from the tear gas. Jim Acosta, what I don't understand is moments before the president is scheduled to says he's going to come to the Rose Garden and deliver a speech, all of a sudden the military police, the Secret Service police, others, they start firing tear gas to disperse the crowd, and you can see tear gas. Is the president even going to come out with tear gas right across the street at the Rose Garden at the White House?
Yeah, right now I'm watching CNN on my Spectrum online feed, so I'm keeping an eye on this.
That's right, Wolf. And we just heard 3 more explosions, and I can tell you, Wolf, when that tear gas is fired out on the street near the White House, you can smell it down the block. It is not something that you just have to be in that same vicinity in order to experience that. And I think it does beg the question, why is the president delivering this address to the nation in the Rose Garden, where clearly we're going to hear these explosions, and there is the potential that you could have tear gas fumes blowing over here in the breeze. I mean, there is the potential for that. Absolutely. It makes more sense, it seems to me, for the president to be delivering this address inside the White House, in the East Room or in the Oval Office, or even in the White House briefing room. To do it out here in the Rose Garden, I think there is an element of risk to it. I would love to say that that's not the case, but that's certainly the case, Wolf.
And you can see the protesters. A lot of them they've now left Lafayette Park. They're in front of St. John's Church on 16th Street, if you know Washington, D.C., and I Street. There's a lot of historic buildings there. The Hay Adams Hotel right across the street, the AFL-CIO right over there, a big building. And you see smoke from the tear gas that police have dispersed right moments before supposedly the president was going to walk into the Rose Garden right across Pennsylvania Avenue from where all of this is unfolding to deliver what the president describes as a brief statement on the national unrest. That big building is the AFL-CIO right over there, if you know Washington, D.C. This is an ugly situation that has developed, not because the protesters were doing anything other than screaming a little bit and standing there, and the police coming in to try to disperse them. Alex Marquardt, you're there on the scene, and I guess you're right in the middle of this. Tell us what you're seeing and hearing. We see you have a gas mask on.
Yeah, well, the police have clearly made the decision that they want all these protesters out. So this is right before this curfew went into effect. Is going to go into effect at 7 p.m. And of course, right before the president is due to make these remarks to the country, remarks that many have been waiting for him to talk about all these nationwide protests. But Wolf, just to give you a sense of things, the police have completely penned in the protesters, trying to push them out via 8th Street. All along the park there, you have D.C. National Guard along with park police. Protesters here with their hands up saying, "Don't shoot," because the police have been firing rounds of tear gas. That's why I had this gas mask on. The air is heavy with that tear gas, and if you look at the eyes of many of these protesters, they are red and they're full of tears. What we've been seeing is the police moving forward at different moments to push people away from the park. So that is presumably their next move. We have this row of U.S. Park Police right here, right behind them, another row of mounted U.S. Park Police. And so at this point, these protesters are resisting, and here come the mounted police.
Let's listen and watch this for a second. Hold on for a moment, Alex. You can see the mounted police, they're moving in, tear gas, rubber bullets. They're trying to disperse this crowd that had gathered very peacefully. And then all of a sudden, the police start moving in to try to disperse the crowd. And it's getting very, very ugly. Once again, for viewers who may just be tuning in, this is happening as we're awaiting the President of the United States, who's supposedly going to be delivering a brief statement in the Rose Garden, where you can clearly smell the tear gas that has enveloped not just Lafayette Park, but the North Lawn of the White House, and heading towards the Rose Garden, where the President is going to be speaking momentarily. Don Lemon, I'm anxious to get your thoughts right now. This is not pleasant to even observe this right here in Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, as this is unfolding.
Well, Wolf, this is, I had very quickly, all I have to say, I said earlier, this is a major TV moment. This was a very peaceful protest, and as the president...
Hold on, Don. Here's the president. Hold on, Don. Here's the president.
My fellow Americans, my first and highest duty as president is to defend our great country and the American people. I swore an oath to uphold the laws of our nation, and that is exactly what I will do. All Americans were rightly sickened and revolted by the brutal death of George Floyd. My administration is fully committed that for George and his family, justice will be served. He will not have died in vain. But we cannot allow the righteous cries of peaceful protesters to be drowned out by an angry mob. The biggest victims of the rioting are peace-loving citizens in our poorest communities. And as their president, I will fight to keep them safe. I will fight to protect you. I am your president of law and order and an ally of all peaceful protesters. But in recent days, our nation has been gripped by professional anarchists, violent mobs, arsonists, looters, criminals, rioters, Antifa, and others. A number of state and local governments have failed to take necessary action to safeguard their residents. Innocent people have been savagely beaten, like the young man in Dallas, Texas, who was left dying on the street, or the woman in upstate New York, viciously attacked by dangerous thugs. Small business owners have seen their dreams utterly destroyed. New York's finest have been hit in the face with bricks. Brave nurses who have battled the virus are afraid to leave their homes. A police precinct has been overrun here in the nation's capital. The Lincoln Memorial and the World War II Memorial have been vandalized. One of our most historic churches was set ablaze. A federal officer in California, an African-American enforcement hero, was shot and killed. These are not acts of peaceful protest. These are acts of domestic terror. The destruction of innocent life and the spilling of innocent blood is an offense to humanity and a crime against God. America needs creation, not destruction. Cooperation, not contempt. Security, not anarchy. Healing, not hatred. Justice. Not chaos. This is our mission. And we will succeed. 100%. We will succeed. Our country always wins. That is why I am taking immediate presidential action to stop the violence and restore security and safety in America. I am mobilizing all available federal resources, civilian and military, to stop the rioting and looting, to end the destruction and arson, and to protect the rights of law-abiding Americans, including your Second Amendment rights. Therefore, the following measures are going into effect immediately. First, we are ending the riots and lawlessness that has spread throughout our country. We will end it now. Today, I have strongly recommended to every governor to deploy the National Guard in sufficient numbers that we dominate the streets. Mayors and governors must establish an overwhelming law enforcement presence until the violence has been quelled. If a city or state refuses to take the actions that are necessary to defend the life and property of their residents, then I will deploy the United States military and quickly solve the problem for them. I am also taking swift and decisive action to protect our great capital, Washington, D.C. What happened in this city last night was a total disgrace. As we speak, I am dispatching thousands and thousands of heavily armed soldiers, military personnel, and law enforcement officers to stop the rioting, looting, vandalism, assaults, and the wanton destruction of property. We are putting everybody on warning. Our 7 o'clock curfew will be strictly enforced. Those who threaten innocent life and property will be arrested, detained, and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. I want the organizers of this terror to be on notice that you will face severe criminal penalties and lengthy sentences in jail. This includes Antifa and others who are leading instigators of this violence. One law and order, and that is what it is. And that is what it is. One law. We have one beautiful law. And once that is restored and fully restored, we will help you. We will help your business. And we will help your family. America is founded upon the rule of law. It is the foundation of our prosperity, our freedom, and our very way of life. But where there is no law, there is no opportunity. Where there is no justice, there is no liberty. Where there is no safety, there is no future. We must never give in to anger or hatred. If malice or violence reigns, then none of us is free. I take these actions today with firm resolve and with a true and passionate love for our country. By far, our greatest days lie ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to pay my respects to a very, very special place. Thank you very much.
All right, so there's the President of the United States making a 6 or 7 minute statement declaring he is the President of law and order, and he will stop what's going on right now. And as he was speaking right across the street from the White House, there was a peaceful demonstration in Lafayette Park by protesters who were simply shouting, making statements, but they were not threatening anyone. And all of a sudden, military personnel, military police, uniformed Secret Service police, mounted police went in to disperse, and they were firing tear gas in the process. Rubber bullets were told as well. The president saying he's going to use an old law to deploy military personnel to deal with all of this. He says these are professional anarchists who are responsible. Once again, as he has for the past several days, he blamed a far-left group, Antifa, for this. They will lose. We will win, he said. This is our mission. We will succeed, he said, 100%. Mobilizing all resources, he said, citing an old law, civilian and military, the Insurrection Act of 1807. He says he was mobilizing that to deal with the riots, he said, and the lawlessness. This situation is about to get clearly a whole lot worse, not only here near the White House in Washington, D.C., but I'm bracing for angry reaction in other major cities around the United States as well. And remember, in only about 8 minutes, there's supposed to be a curfew that's taking place here in the nation's capital. Everybody's supposed to be off the streets. We'll see what happens at that moment. Don Lemon, the president, did not mince from his perspective any words at all.
He did not, Wolf. And just as the president was coming out, I was trying to make the point to you that this was a made-for-TV moment. This is the reason, as I said earlier, that the Attorney General came out to survey the troops, because they wanted to create this moment for the cameras, so that when the president came out and gave his law and order speech, which I said as well, again, for the cameras, that there would be chaos on the streets of America. This was a made-for-television moment. And what I wanted to say after that, which I believe to be true, and I know to be true now, is that earlier on that phone call that we heard that Jim Acosta played for us earlier, when the president said, "You are being weak, you have to show strength," that the Minneapolis Police Department was on fire. I've never seen anything like this before. I said he sounded weak and scared. Those were the orders from the Commander-in-Chief for this very moment that just happened in front of our eyes. Why were we pretending otherwise? Open your eyes, America. Open your eyes. We are teetering on a dictatorship. This is chaos. Has the president, I'm listening, is the president declaring war on Americans? What is happening here? He's saying he wants to protect, he wants to protect peaceful protesters at the same time, sending law enforcement and military into the streets to push peaceful protesters back, to be aggressive with peaceful protesters. He is doing the exact opposite of what he said in that speech. I think the president is playing a very, very dangerous game here. There are a lot of Americans who are out on these streets who are upset, who are frustrated, who are angry. Again, I am not condoning violence at all, and I hope that they remain peaceful, but I hope that they stand up and fight for their rights to peacefully protest in this country. But he's playing a very dangerous game, because this will backfire. People are upset and they're angry. These people, as I have been saying as well, they feel like they are occupied in their own communities by police departments, many of them militarized police departments. Now the entire country, according to his orders, we are living under a militarized country, or we will be soon, and it will play out in front of our very eyes on national television.
And Don, the president said he is now going to be deploying what he described as thousands and thousands of U.S. military troops to American cities. He says he has the right to do so under the Insurrection Act of 1807, and that's why he's doing this. Jim Acosta, you were there, you were listening to the president. He made a 6 or 7 minute statement, and then he walked away, didn't answer reporters' questions, clearly insisting he's going to win. He's the law and order president, he said, and he called what he called the terrorists, and he called them the terrorists. They will lose, and he complained that so many of these cities and states were engaging in a total disgrace by not taking decisive military action.
That's right, Wolf. And I just want to catch you up to speed on something that appears to be happening right now, and that is, it seems that they're making preparations over here at the White House for the president to make some kind of movement off the grounds of the White House. You heard the president say at the very end of his remarks that he was going to go pay his respects. You can see behind me, the pool is gathering as we speak. That's the White House pool. That's the small group of reporters who trail the president throughout his day on his movements. We're not in the pool today, but our colleagues at the other network, NBC, and other print reporters, they're gathering up right now for what appears to be a very brief movement that the president is going to be taking here in just a few moments. It is possible, based on the logistics of where we are and how he'll be able to make a brief trip here in just a few moments, that he may be going to St. John's Episcopal Church. If you look at this camera that is overlooking St. John's Episcopal Church across from Lafayette, across from the White House.
We're looking at live pictures from St. John's Church, right across from Lafayette Park, right over there on 16th Street. And it's as you know, Jim, every American president, I think almost every American president has gone to Sunday services there. There was a fire that was unloaded in the basement of that church yesterday, a small fire. But right now, if the president is in fact planning on heading there, we would now understand why the military police and the Secret Service decided to use tear gas and other weapons to go in and disperse that peaceful crowd that had gathered there. And Jim, I just want to read what the Insurrection Act of 1807 says, because this is what the president says he has the right to use to deploy what he calls thousands and thousands of military troops here domestically in the United States. I'll read the act. The Insurrection Act of 1807 is the United States federal law that governs the ability of the President of the United States to deploy military troops within the United States to suppress civil disorder, insurrection, and rebellion. So that's the law the president is citing. That's why you're seeing these military police on the streets right near the White House, right over at Lafayette Park, having dispersed this crowd, and maybe the president is planning on heading over there. Go ahead, Jim.
That's what it sounds like, Wolf, but you just read the 1807 Insurrection Act, which authorizes the use of military forces to quell a disturbance. However, this appears to have been a use of military forces and these other protective services to clear out the area for a photo opportunity. If the president is going to St. John's Episcopal Church for a photo opportunity,
and we're told he is, we are now hearing, Jim, that that's where the president is going, and that's why the police decided to clear out this area. The president wants to have a photo op over at the church.
That's an extraordinary use of manpower for a photo opportunity, Wolf, because keep in mind, as we have all been seeing over the last couple of days, these protests that are gathered at the top of Lafayette Park, which is just across the street from the St. John's Episcopal Church, that is a massive deployment of forces to clear out what was a very large crowd demonstrating against what we've been seeing over the last couple of days, and the death, of course, of George Floyd. But Wolf, using the 1807 Insurrection Act for this purpose, that's one thing for calming things down, getting things under control. That's controversial enough. But to use this law and invoking that law to clear out the park so the president can go to the church, that is just extraordinary, Wolf.
We were wondering why the Attorney General of the United States had walked over behind the troops, the police, as they were getting ready to disperse the crowd, peaceful protesters in Lafayette Park. Now we know the president is going to have a photo op over at this St. John's Church right across the street from the White House. Our special live coverage continues here on CNN with Aaron Burnett.
Thanks for letting me know, Andy.
Good evening, I'm Aaron Burnett. This is the breaking news coverage continuing as you see. Violence rocking Washington is just steps from the White House. So you're looking at St. John's Episcopal Church right now. This is a live picture. The president is anticipated, part of a photo op he wants to do, to be walking over there in just a couple of moments. Just moments ago, you saw while watching Wolf, police fired tear gas on protesters, rubber bullets. You could hear that. You could hear that actually in the Rose Garden, where the president then went and gave his brief comments. Military police are now on the scene surrounding parts of the White House. When this unrest is taking place, even though a curfew, as I speak, is now 45 seconds into effect, starting at 7 p.m. The chaos taking place at the same time. As I said, the president was just speaking. He said about himself, I am your president of law and order, saying he will deploy the military, the United States military, on domestic shores to control the protests if state governors do not activate the National Guard. Basically saying that he is going to go ahead with an act back from 1807 for the first time, mobilizing U.S. military troops on American soil for the first time since 1807. This is how he chose to address the violence and protests that have racked Minneapolis, Washington, and other cities after the death of George Floyd just 1 week ago. I want to go straight to Alex Marquardt, who is out front live right there in Washington. Obviously, Alex, you've got some places still marching. They forcibly cleared that area by the church. The curfew in effect. People are still out. What have you been seeing?
Aaron, I can't overstate what a dramatic moment we just witnessed and experienced. If the president was looking for a made-for-TV moment, he certainly got it. Moments before he took the microphone, you had this whole massive set of federal officers, U.S. Park Police combined with D.C. National Guard, who started pushing protesters out of the park. As the president was speaking, they were using horses, they were firing tear gas, they were firing pepper spray rounds.
as well as rubber bullets to push all of these protesters out. I'm just going to ask my cameraman Peter Morris to come around. We are now at Farragut Square. This is at least part of the protest that was out in front of the White House. And I got to tell you, the reason now, it is important to note there is a difference between federal law enforcement and local law enforcement. Lafayette Park, right in front of the White House, that is federal land. It is controlled by federal officers, including the U.S. Park Police, and they have been the ones who are pushing these protesters out. There is now a curfew, as you mentioned, but there's a whole series of metropolitan deeply disturbing scene as we're
You can hear Alex as we get his audio back, everyone. This is what you're seeing. You're seeing President Trump now walk across the street from the White House, going to St. John's Episcopal Church. As you saw, an incredible use of force there. Tear gas, rubber bullets. You heard the explosions. All of this to clear the space for the president to go across the street to St. John's Episcopal Church. I want to emphasize that the protesters who were outside the White House were peaceful. There had been nothing violent at all about what they were doing. So this use of force that they just did to clear this space was not forced to stop violence. It was forced to stop peaceful protesters who were protesting as they were allowed to do. So that is very important here to emphasize. Now, on your screen, you see the president, obviously, from the White House on the one side. You see protests in other parts of Washington, D.C. on the other, just a block or so away. The curfew did just take place at 7 o'clock, and obviously it is not. It is not being adhered to. As we wait to see what the president's going to do there and the protesters, I want to go to Caitlin Collins overlooking the church where the president is headed now. So, Caitlin, what have you been able to see here?
Yeah, Aaron. Well, this is really notable because we've been up here. We saw these protesters move so quickly out of this park here. I mean, it was maybe minutes. They gave 3 warnings. Those warnings came within minutes of one another, and then you started seeing these officers who have been standing in the park all day start to move in on these protesters, and then they started to move them down the street. And there were several lines of officers, Aaron. Some on horse, some on foot. They had batons, shields, tear gas, and flashbangs, and they moved these protesters, almost all of them, out of in front of the White House within 10 minutes. It raised questions of whether or not they were doing that because the president was out to speak in the Rose Garden. And now we're learning it's because the president wanted to come over to this church right here that is behind me. I'm going to step to the side so you can see St. John's Church right here. This is what part of it caught on fire last night, though the rector said today it could have been much worse than the damage they actually fared. You can't see a ton of damage from the front, though the back, we are told the back side of it was on fire. But it's notable that the president is coming over here after they just moved all of these peaceful protesters out of the way. They had been chanting George Floyd's name, chanting that Black Lives Matter, but there had not been any acts of violence or aggression that we saw. And Aaron, the Secret Service just came up here where we are. You can see them. You can see the Secret Service is up here on the roof with us now of the Hay Adams Hotel. This is where we've been broadcasting live from. We did not have any heads up that the Secret Service was going to be coming up here. And now they're over here looking over the streets. And I want to note, right over here to my left, I'm seeing there are mounted horses, and you can still see some protesters. To the right, you see the president and several officials, and of course, a massive security detail walking through the park. We're going to move our camera over a little. There is a helicopter flying overhead, 2 of them, actually, that we can see right now. And this is notable. I'm not sure the president has ever walked over from the White House to St. John's before. I believe the last time he came here, he was in a motorcade, and now you can see a ton of Secret Service and aides walking through the park as the president is making his way over to visit this church that was part of the fires last night.
All right, Caitlin. So,
please stay with us here as we watch this, and everyone you can see here, the camera's trying to catch up with the president doing this unprecedented moment in so many respects, breaking up peaceful protesters with flashbangs and rubber bullets, saying that he is going to invoke for the first time in more than 200 years an act allowing U.S. military deployment on U.S. shores against Americans. You see the president walking there. Jeffrey Toobin is with me on the phone. So Jeff, obviously, you see the president walking across to St. John's Episcopal Church. All of this massive security presence around him. This is an unprecedented moment.
It certainly is. And I think it's important when we talk about the president's authority to draw a distinction here. The president basically has carte blanche to bring the military into the District of Columbia. The District of Columbia is not a state, and the president can bring in the military if he likes. It's a very different story in the 50 states. The act he's talking about, it has the name, the very evocative name of the Insurrection Act of 1807. And it says the president can bring in the military. However, it says it must be at the request of a state government. So I don't know exactly what their justification is if they think they can just send the military in to the state, because that is not prohibited. Is not allowed. It's well established. There's another similarly old law called the Posse Comitatus Act, which says that the American military cannot be involved in law enforcement. The Insurrection Act is a kind of exception to that, but it is only at the request of a state government. And as far as I'm aware, no states, including, of course, Minnesota, have asked for the military to come in. We'll have to see how that develops.
To your point, Jeffrey, and you just explained it so perfectly, it does explain his phrasing, right? He brought them into Washington. It's like he may be about to speak here. We will watch that as a moment. But he did say that every governor must deploy their full National Guard, and if they don't, he will deploy the U.S. military and quickly solve the problem for them. That's what he said. Now he's standing there looking around after what was, frankly, a pretty undignified approach to St. John's Episcopal Church, looking he's holding up a Bible, walking by some graffiti saying "No justice, no peace" and FTP, which people can figure out what that stands for.
Holding up a Bible.
Holding up a Bible.
That's my thoughts. This country is the world. Great. It won't take long. It's not going to take long. You see what's going on. It's coming back. It's coming back strong. It'll be greater than ever before.
Shouted out questions to the president as he is there across the street, as we said, with his staff, massive security detail holding up a Bible. I'm just listening here along with everyone else, just to pause here for a moment of the president setting up this photo op for himself, dispersing peaceful protesters to do so in front of a boarded up church, which had that fire due to the protests last evening. You can see him standing there. I think it's important just to talk about the image.
He sees this as his big photo.
He sees this as his big photo. You saw him sort of, caring about the moment and the photo, now bringing everybody in here for his photo op. That's what this is all about for him.
Press Secretary
Kayleigh McEnany. As he does this, and I will, Bill Barr, the Attorney General, who we saw coming in, we're going to
continue to monitor this.
Monitor this and listen.
While we do that, I'm going to bring in
the governor of Illinois, Governor J.B. Pritzker. Governor, you are on the phone with the president today. You had some strong words. I want to ask you about that, but first, what do you say? You just heard Jeffrey Toobin, President saying he is going to mobilize the U.S. military to go into states, deploy them quickly to solve the problem for them if they won't do it. That they are the governors. You are one of them.
What do you say to the president?
What do you say to the president?
Well, first of all, I reject the notion that the federal government can send troops into the state of Illinois. The fact is that the president has created an incendiary moment here. He wants to change the subject from his failure over coronavirus, a miserable failure, and now seeing a moment when there is unrest because of the injustice that was done to George Floyd, that he now wants to create another topic and something where he can be the law and order president. He's been a miserable failure. What I talked about on the call today was the fact that his rhetoric is inflaming passions around the nation. He should be calling for calm. He should be calling for bringing the temperature down. He's doing the exact opposite.
Governor, what he just did was
hold up a Bible,
making it clear
that that's what he stands for.
I don't know what words.
I don't know what words would you put on it.
God is behind him. He's the president
God is behind him. He's the president of law and order and of godliness. What do you make of that very bizarre moment?
Look, he continually lies. The fact is that God is on the side of those who stand up for American values, those who stand up for freedom, those who stand up for the rights of everyone in our nation. And that means standing up for the peaceful protesters. You saw what he did to the peaceful protesters. Those are federal troops under his command. He obviously wanted them pushed back. He wanted to create a moment. He wanted tear gas in the streets in Washington, D.C., so that he could look like he needs to bring order to the nation. And the fact is that he should stay out of our business. We are working hard in the state of Illinois to bring down tensions. And look, every day he has inflamed racial tension.
Is there anything, Governor,
that would, in your mind, justify what just happened, which is peaceful protesters there were rubber bullets, there was tear gas, there were flashbangs, they were moved out. Right, they were peaceful. There'd been nothing indicating anything otherwise. But that is how they were moved out, so that he could walk across the street with his staff for that moment with the Bible.
It's precisely the wrong way to handle that. Peaceful protesters have a right to be there. I saw what happened. I was watching CNN when all of a sudden the troops moved forward and then they started pushing the protesters, throwing tear gas canisters. This is not the way we behave in the United States. Our law enforcement are out there on the streets trying to protect people. They're not, at least here in Chicago, we're not in the business of trying to put down peaceful protests.
Governor, tell me more about your phone call.
Governor, tell me more about your phone call that you had with the president today.
Well, we listened for a while as the president said some, frankly, outlandish things, crazy things. He talked about dominating the streets in all of our cities today. And then, after he said all of that, there were a few governors, mostly Republican governors, who got on and said, positive, complimentary things about the president. And I couldn't believe that nobody was calling him out on his rhetoric. And so when I was called on, I just had to say what I said, expressing the values of the people of Illinois. We're a state that produced Barack Obama in the presidency. We produced Abraham Lincoln, Ulysses S. Grant. We have a long history of standing up for equality and against racial injustice. And it's time that more people stood up and said something, because this president, every day, and I've said it from the beginning, the man is a racist, a misogynist, a homophobe, a xenophobe. He's got to go.
I'm going to play as we're watching this, your exchange with the president when you called out his rhetoric, his inflammatory rhetoric, as you called it, and what he said in response. Here it is.
I don't like your rhetoric much either. I think you could have done a much better job. But that's okay. We don't agree with each other.
So What did you want? What did you want? Then tonight he comes to the Rose Garden, and you heard him. He refers to it as an angry mob. He says, "I am your president of law and order." Did anything he say in the Rose Garden show that he in any way heard what you said?
No, it's clear that he doesn't listen to anyone that tells him the truth. I did tell him the truth. This rhetoric, this inflammatory rhetoric, is bad for the country. When we had the riots in Ferguson, President Obama started to bring the temperature down. He talked about calling for calm. When Martin Luther King was killed, Robert Kennedy stood up and talked about seeking justice, and bringing the tension down within the country. This president doesn't understand any of that. He probably hasn't read any of that, knows no history, and doesn't understand the job of the president to truly speak to the values of the nation.
So you said on that call, he said that you all needed to dominate the protesters. That's what he said, and that fits with what he just said here. But I just want to be clear, when he says every governor should deploy the National Guard in full, that's what he said in the Rose Garden. That's what he wants you to do. I guess the first question is, do you plan to do that, Governor Pritzker?
Well, we have called out the National Guard to be a support mechanism for our local law enforcement, and they're doing that, frankly, and they're doing a good job. We also have our state police assisting local law enforcement all across the state wherever they have requested it. So the president just doesn't know what he's talking about. And when he says in every state, well, what if there aren't any riots in every state? What if there aren't any there isn't any violent behavior or looting? I think he just wants to create a tone in which, it's law and order versus people standing up for their rights, and he'd just as soon run over people's rights.
So, Governor, what will you do if he does, he says he's mobilizing the U.S. military, but he says that if you don't solve the problem, he will deploy the U.S. military quickly and solve the problem for you. You've categorically said you reject his ability to send U.S. military to the state of Illinois, but what will you do if he tries to move forward?
Well, it's illegal. Jeffrey Toobin just confirmed what I have known, which is it's illegal. He can't do it. We won't request military assistance here in the state of Illinois. I can't imagine any governor is going to do that. And it's ridiculous. The situation that we're in today is one which requires a leader who will stand up and meet the challenge, by the way, of addressing police accountability, making sure that we're standing up for peaceful protest. Yes, of course we want looters to go to prison, to jail. We want to make sure that we're catching people who are lighting fires or causing any violence. But the vast majority of people who are out there in Washington, D.C. and here in Illinois are standing up for peaceful protest and standing up against what happened in Minneapolis to George Floyd.
All right, Governor Pritzker, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much, sir. Don Lemon, of course, my colleague joins me on the phone along with Ben Jealous, the former president of the NAACP. Don, to the point that the governor was making, the president wanted this photo op, and he wanted to disperse that crowd because he is, he wants an image of all of these protests being one thing, which is violent, which, of course, is not accurate.
Yes, and listen, we work in television. We know when someone is producing a moment, and we know this president comes from a reality show background. And the fact that he says that he is going to protect protesters, peaceful protesters, and then sends in military or police officers to push them away when they're being peaceful, it's just really outrageous. And Aaron, we're New Yorkers. Donald Trump standing in front of a church with a Bible? Really? Let's just be honest here. When was the last time Donald Trump saw a church? Even before he was president of the United States. When was the last time he cracked open a Bible? I'm just saying. This is all for show. Donald Trump is pretending in this moment to be a president. Let's just all be real about this. He's pretending to be a president. He is mimicking the person that he adores, his hero, George Patton, and he wants to return to some sort of 1950s sort of dominance for America. That's what he's doing. This is all acting. It's all a show. And he is performing it
country, what he thinks a leader should be like, and what he thinks a president of the United States should be like. But guess what? This is a very, very dangerous game. He is possibly igniting tension. Not possibly. He is igniting tensions, I know more. I hope this doesn't turn out to backfire on him, because if it does, it's not going to play out well for many people in the United States beyond the president of the United States. But if it does, we will watch those images play out on our television screens, and America will see this. This is all about getting reelected in November of 2020. I'm not sure how much this is going to help the president. This may help his base, but sensible Americans will realize, and they know, America is not a dictatorship. America is not a police state. When people are crying out to be heard, when they are protesting on the street, that means they are angry, they are hurt, and they want to be heard. We have the strongest, biggest military force in the world. We have very strong, very big police forces all over cities and municipalities in this country. We can stop rioters anytime we want. We can stop looters anytime we want. We can stop people who are breaking laws anytime we want. But what we can't figure out is how to deal with people who are hurting, Americans who are just like us, who live in the same communities, if not adjacent communities, who share the same land and the same values. We cannot figure out how to get along with them, bring them into the fold, and as the President of the United States, represent those people and engage those people without sicking the military on them and armed forces on them. There is a problem and a lack of understanding and empathy coming from the highest office of the land. And the person who holds that office is Donald J. Trump.
Don, I'm just going to interrupt you for one moment to go to Brian Todd, who is on the ground here with what you see in Washington. 7:23, the curfew at 7. Peaceful protesters there with police. Go ahead. What are you seeing, Brian?
Aaron, an extraordinary development here in front of the Philadelphia police station. Just moments ago, police officers over there in a tense standoff with demonstrators took a knee in solidarity with the demonstrators. It drew cheers. It actually dispersed the crowd. It was peaceful, and it was very positive. Not 5 minutes later, they have police in tactical gear. Look over there. You've got heavily armored police in tactical gear, in armored vehicles coming in here, some of them wielding tear gas guns. These police also are wielding batons and helmets, as if, we do realize there's a curfew going on. We do realize that the police want to enforce the curfew. But I just think it's an extraordinary development that really only a couple minutes after police over here took a knee in solidarity with the protesters and drew cheers and gratitude from the protesters, then they move in with this show of force. You wonder what message the police want to send here. And now it's very silent, but it's very, very tense. We don't really know what's going to happen. The protesters are simply standing here, silent, holding up signs. They're not taunting at the moment. They're not provoking. We have to see what the police want to do, Aaron, but it's just an extraordinary development here. I mean, it literally was maybe 5 minutes after police took a knee and drew some very positive cheers from the crowd that this happens.
And so now, Brian, it's just a matter of who bends at this point.
It really is. And you know what? These situations often don't end well. If it remains like this, and who knows how long it's going to remain like this, somebody probably will, start something or make a movement. It could be the littlest thing. We've seen that before. But the police have already, I have to say, they've already acted very aggressively tonight. We were there at an overpass at 676 when protesters went onto the highway. Police fired tear gas down onto them from an elevated position when the protesters were on a highway under an overpass. They were all packed in there. They were trying to just get through the overpass and possibly get down the highway. They were blocking the highway, but the pattern is in these things, often when they go onto highways, they exit them pretty quickly. So the police, though, decided to fire tear gas at that moment, and it became a complete chaotic melee. Some people were hurt. We were tear gassed. Everybody it was a stampede out of there. There were people injured. The police did act very aggressively. The question is now, Aaron, are they going to act aggressively here and pretty much destroy a positive moment that happened about 10 minutes ago?
I think that's so important, what you say, that positive moment with some of the police getting on a knee, taking the knee, showing their solidarity in such a peaceful way. And then now you have this standoff and these moments that somebody's got to give. So as we watch this here with you, Brian, and Vito, we're going to be keeping you up, keeping your shot up here. The other side of your screen, everyone, you see Washington, D.C. The curfew there was 7 o'clock. It's now 7:27 Eastern Standard Time. You have a protester there, that line of police. There are obviously protesters still around. Okay, thank you, Brian. So you can see his shot there as we see what happens. So you've got Philadelphia on one side of your screen, Washington, D.C. on the other. These images are stunning, I think, for all Americans to look at, to think that this is our country. Jeffrey Toobin was explaining you do have the mobilization of the U.S. military in Washington, D.C., which the president has the right to do. It is not a state. The president did, though, also moments ago in the Rose Garden say that every governor needed to fully deploy their National Guard, that he is mobilizing the U.S. military for the first time since 1807 under the Insurrection Act to go into the states to deploy them and quickly solve the problem for them if the cities and states refuse. Joining me now on the phone as we keep these images up, and I apologize in advance, Governor Cuomo, if I need to interrupt you as something happens here with this standoff in Philadelphia, but the governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, is with me right now. Governor, what do you say to the president? He'll deploy the U.S. military. He will solve the problem for you if you don't do it.
I say thank you, but no thank you. How are you tonight, Aaron? Look, the president wants to recreate reality here, right? Even the pictures from Washington, D.C., you had a number of protesters. They were peaceful protesters. They were young people, largely white crowd in Washington, D.C., who are offended at what they saw with the Floyd murder, which they should be. It's actually a beautiful thing that you have people all across this nation saying enough is enough after what happened to Mr. Floyd. So that's actually a positive. Now, do you have in these situations people who exploit the moment and people who have criminal activity and looting and extremist groups that pose anarchy? Yes. But the protesters themselves have been making a very valid point. Wake up, America. We're killing people based on the color of their skin. And it is a real issue. The president wants to make it a reality TV show of God and country. Call out the military, and then I go to church and hold up a Bible. Yeah, we understand who he's trying to appeal to. And the base he's trying to rally with the military and believe in God and I hold the Bible. But that's not what's happening in this country today.
So, Governor, what are you, the scenes we see in Washington and Philadelphia right now, of course, there's decisions to be made in terms of enforcing these curfews and what police are going to do. You have a curfew of 11 o'clock tonight in New York City. How strictly will you enforce it?
Look, the curfew is to help us separate the peaceful protesters, which are the overwhelming majority, from people who are looking to exploit the moment by looting, etc. New York City, they looted high-end stores with high-end merchandise. That wasn't a coincidence. There are people who knew what they were doing. If you wanted to commit a crime, Aaron, that was the time and the night to do it, right? And you do have these extremist groups that just want to propose anarchy. But the majority of people are making a very valid point. And it is a point in this nation's history where we should finally end this discrimination and abuse by police. I'm old enough to remember. I was in Los Angeles for the Rodney King aftermath. And I lived through Amadou Diallo in New York City and Admiral Louima and Eric Garner. How many people have to die? And the names change, but the color stays the same. And it's right that enough is enough. And let's take this moment and actually
actually change.
So Governor, the president tonight, you've mentioned these extremist parts, which we all know are part of this. The president specifically in the Rose Garden said they're professional anarchists, rioters, Antifa, he mentioned specifically. Would you agree with how he characterized it? And how big are these elements in what you're seeing in New York?
Look, you have extremist groups on the left and on the right in this country, and everyone knows that. They are the small minority in what's going on, but they are destructive. The looting, the criminal activity is intolerable. And when, from a law enforcement point of view, you need to weed them out, but they are intermingled with the protesters. But what the president today was he called out the American military against American citizens. That's what they did. They used the American military to push back a peaceful protest, which everyone watched on TV, just so he could have a photo op of walking to a church. When was the last time you saw the American military called out against America?
1807.
Is that
1807?
Yeah. Is that Americana? Is that making America great? I don't think so.
So when you saw the moment tonight, Governor, with the president, obviously because he wanted to have that picture in front of St. John's Episcopal Church with the Bible, they forcibly cleared the protesters who were there. As you point out, those protesters were peaceful. They were by and large young. They were by and large white. They were cleared out with rubber bullets, tear gas, flashbangs, and he went and held up the Bible. What was your reaction when you saw him do that? You saw him stop and pause and hold up that Bible?
I've seen a lot of things, but I was shocked at what they did. I was shocked at the force they used to move the protesters, who could not have been more peaceful, and from their signs, they were all there to make the legitimate point about the killing of Mr. Floyd, and it was just for a photo opportunity. I mean, it is amazing, calling out the American military for a photo opportunity. That's what it was. I mean, it was shameful. It was really, truly shameful.
Governor, before we go, were you on that call today with the president, where he spoke to the governors, and if so, what can you tell us about it?
I was on for part of it. It is as you reported. The president takes every situation and puts it through his public relations lens. He wants to make this about looting because he doesn't want to talk about the killing of Mr. Floyd. He doesn't want to talk about it. And he doesn't want to really talk about racism and discrimination. So he wants to make it about looting. And his answer is always the same. Dominate, use the military to dominate. That's not what this nation needs. This is actually, these protesters are making a legitimate, inarguable point. How do you kill Mr. Floyd with the video cameras running? How do you do that? And this is who we are, and how do we get better? This is a historic problem of racism and discrimination and inequality and injustice, and they want this country to be better, and the country should be better. But rather than deal with the truth, Mr. Trump wants to create his own truth, that these are bad people and looters and thugs, and they have to be put down. But the American people saw the video. Those were not thugs and looters. These are young people who still have idealism and want to make this nation better. And that's a good instinct, and it should be encouraged.
All right, well, Governor Cuomo, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I'm going to let everyone watch here for a moment. This is Washington, D.C.
You're a grown man. You're a grown man just like you. No, you're a grown man. You're a grown man just like you. And you're cool. And you're back over here.
So this is a tense moment unfolding in Washington. We are seeing others like it in Philadelphia, where our Brian Todd is. Curfew is 7 o'clock Eastern in Washington. We also were showing you moments ago pictures of crowds, protesters in Dallas. These are the tense moments that you're seeing, in part because of these curfews.
This is Dallas, and you can look in the middle of your screen.
You can see those protesters coming through right in the center. It's 6:36 p.m. Central Time, of course, in Dallas. As we continue to watch these images across this country on a night where the president has said he will mobilize the United States military for action on U.S. shores using an act from 1807, the Insurrection Act. You just heard two governors say they categorically refuse his right to do so, to ever deploy U.S. military troops to U.S. states. He does have the right to do it in the District of Columbia, and he did it there tonight. I want to bring in now, as we watch these again, I apologize in advance to you, Ben Jealous, if I interrupt you, as we watch these images. Ben Jealous, the former president and CEO of the NAACP, joins me along with our own Dana Bash. Ben, let me just ask you first what you made of the moment there, the president walking across the street after forcibly clearing peaceful protesters and holding up a Bible in front of the church after saying, I am your president of law and order.
It's really quite sad. What we're looking at is a president who really has no moral authority with certainly most of this country's young people and probably most of the country. And so he's grasping onto every bit of positional authority, and then to use the U.S. military against peaceful protesters for a photo op, it's probably for his campaign, is deeply disturbing on like every level. One thing, I want to go back to what he said earlier about being a law and order president. That, of course, comes from Richard Nixon, his 1968 campaign. The difference between Nixon and Trump is that Nixon could credibly convince people in the suburbs that he could keep himself. And I really think that Trump has had a very hard time in most suburbs in this country convincing people that he's capable of anything other than creating chaos.
Dana, I think Ben points out
this was a campaign moment. That is exactly what it was.
Interrupt CNN for a moment.
Absolutely. And if we can just think about the imagery that the president clearly concocted from his...
And let's go to, my apologies, the Citizen app. In other words, the Citizen website.
With the protesters.
We're getting information that protesters are gathering once again in the Barclays Center. This time the DOT camera is now helping.
Holding a Bible, forgive me, but and then asking his aides who were standing there with him, all white people and only one woman, to stand in front of the cameras. Never mind the fact that in order to get to that point, he had to disperse the crowd. That is what happened, and that is the remarkable moment that we saw, unprecedented moment. But again, what didn't happen is almost as important. He made a little bit of a reference in the Rose Garden to what happened to George Floyd, but no mention of what Andrew Cuomo just said or others have been saying, because it reflects reality, which is that there are protesters out there who have very legitimate concerns and anger and despair and disgust. And the fact that he is not...
Let's see what's going on in the area of the Barclays Center. That looks like Flatbush and Livingston Street. Looks like about 2,000 people police are reporting. So we're gonna return to CNN's Aaron Burnett.
Freed them from prison and proven their innocence. And then he went on to attack the legitimacy of President Obama's birthright to be citizen, to be president. And so he's run on kind of racial rhetoric for a very long time. And shows every sign that that's what he plans to do this for.
All right, both of you, thank you very much. As we watch Washington, D.C. again, you can see some of these moments. You've got the line of military police. You have protesters. Obviously, this is very peaceful. There were a couple of tense moments. You may have, if you were watching a few moments ago, you saw one of them. The police did not respond. And we are also, as we said, now watching protests across this country. The curfew in Washington, D.C., among the earliest, it was a 7 o'clock curfew. So these people are now out in defiance of it. The police at this time are showing restraint. This comes as the family of George Floyd is releasing their autopsy report. They have determined Floyd died from asphyxia from sustained forceful pressure, a homicide. The report comes as the county has released its formal autopsy report as well. Sarah Seidner's out front live in Minneapolis. Sarah, two reports, both concluding that he would not have died had this not have happened.
Both concluding that George Floyd was killed. Both saying that it was a homicide. The difference is exactly what killed him. The family's pathologist is saying that he died of asphyxia and that they found
Rambinus feet for a minute.
Picking up speed again. We'll go ahead. These are appear.
Time is 7:45.
With my dad at a Dodge dealership a while back. Trust me, I know.
These are very fast vehicles.
These are very fast vehicles. Even though it's 2006 to 08 model year, they're very fast. So
we're going to put the audio back on.
We're going to put the audio back on right now because I wanted to clear the air because
this is protest related.
This high-speed chase we are watching in San Fernando, California. So let's join KABC.
To coordinate and merge. But similar vicinity, but just two different major thoroughfares. But this is Hollywood heading westbound, heading towards West Hollywood.
And this guy is at a stop. Is he at a stop sign?
Or stop or wind a little bit. Stop or wind a little bit. It looks like he's in some traffic actually at a stop sign or a stop light, but it is not lost upon him that he's got a couple of helicopters above him. In fact, I think he just gave us a glance. I caught a quick glimpse of his face, and it looks like he's wise to the fact that he's being followed from above, even though the LAPD has fallen back on the ground.
And hopefully they were able to get his license plate.
Okay, Valerio Street is
Valerio Street is where they are. Chris, is this very close to where the protest is happening?
Eastbound on Valerio. No, he's moved quite a distance away now. He's in a completely different part of the San Fernando Valley now. In fact, this would be basically, I would call this Burbank, or basically, well, maybe closer to Panorama, kind of near Panorama City, on the edge of Burbank. And you can see he's now going southbound through an alleyway, coming out on Wyandotte, making a left turn here. And I just wonder where he's from. Where did he come from? Is he a local Valley resident that decided to loot? Is he coming from another part of LA, or did he fly in from somewhere else? We just don't know. We've heard so many different reports, different profiles of these looters that have been taking part in these riots in the past couple days, and it's just unclear what this person's situation is. We saw a bag fly out at one point. We saw two passengers, at least two passengers, jump out at one point early on in the pursuit near the original protest, and now look at, he's still desperate to jump those double yellow lines. Look at that. I mean, he really is still agitated, and even though he's not being followed from behind, his driving is scaring me. Look at that, into oncoming lanes of traffic, making the turn there into a gas station, might be running low, or maybe just cutting through.
All right, we're going to continue to watch this situation. We'll check back with you, Chris. We want to go to Philip Palmer, who's on the ground in Van Nuys. He's with the protesters. And Philip, it's been a rather dynamic statement from the crowd lately.
There was a lot of chanting. Right now, there are a few protesters that have just quietly sat down in the street. I say quietly. They're saying no justice, no peace. They've said, say his name, George Floyd. You see the police over here. But I do know, I want to tell you that it wasn't that long ago that we watched, and just on this side of the street, they sat down with police because there was a lot of confusion as to whether they were unlawful, when the curfew was going to happen, and they said, you can come back to this intersection. And I will say that many of the protesters here have done everything they can to keep people out of the streets. They've wanted to keep it very peaceful, very, very polite. It is a protest at this location. When we've gone back into the alleys and everything, totally different scenario. You see a lot of people going and coming that could or could not be supposed to be there. It's also confusing because that's where traffic is going. I just want to say that where we are has been very peaceful. A lot of people just wanting their voices heard, and it's, I think, what police want, but there is some tension as well. So we'll go back to you guys.
All right, we want to take it now to that large group of protesters marching down Hollywood Boulevard. They're making progress. Keep in mind, they're heading westbound, but there on Hollywood Boulevard, there's another group of large group of protesters in West Hollywood, but they're on Sunset Boulevard,
and we are hearing that there's a protest in the area of
this has been
Hollywood right now. We're trying to get WJLA on right now because hopefully they are preempting, which is the ABC affiliate for Washington, D.C.
Actually, no. Let me go with
WRC. Right, that's the news I normally get from DC. I don't watch WJLA.
Let me go that route.
Right, let me go that route.
Trying to get
WJLA on right. Not WJLA. WRC, which is the NBC affiliate for there.
So two protests
right now in LA. Two protests at the moment.
And everybody has police scanners.
Now. You can easily get a police scanner like I did. We're gonna try to get DC affiliate on 2 and 1. So we'll do that. 2 and 1. That is very alarming. There are protesters gathering near the Hollywood Walk of Fame right now. Okay, I'm having an issue. Why can't I get Hulu to load? I'm trying to get Hulu to load because I can change locations. That's not the issue right now. Oh, I left FS1 on. Right, because I was assuming I was going to watch the NASCAR race tonight, but that's not the situation. I'm having an issue trying to get WRC on right now. Okay, WRC has not preempted programming right now. I'm just taking a look, and I'm seeing a commercial on WRC right now. Because in the background of my headphones, I have KABC from... I'm just trying to see for fun. Right, this is when they have Jeopardy on in DC. So, I hope they're not spoiling the teacher's tournament. So I'll have to hit the X button. Alright, so WJLA is interrupting programming. Alright, good. So, DC and LA, 2-1 you're going to get right now. 2-1 you're going to get right now. So, let me figure this out, how we can do 2-1. Figuring it out. Just hang on. Yes. Yeah, I want to try to get that. I want to try to get ABC 7 LA right now. Yes, so let's watch right now. Make it even screen so that we all can.
What are we seeing there? Well, we're at the corner of Sunset and Vine. This protest has been going on since 4 o'clock, so coming up on an hour here. You can see a good-sized crowd. It has been very peaceful. They're here with their signs. So people.
Yes, okay, so we can get both right now. Good.
And they're honking with their honks of support. And one of the more encouraging things is if you take a look here.
So WJLA will be on your left. KABC will be on your right.
Rally. Just a lot of honking, a lot of signs, and a lot of people just turning up here to show their support for the Black Lives Matter movement.
Okay, Rob, I'm going to just point out to our audience on the right-hand side, those protesters are going through kind of a truly iconic part of Hollywood. They just passed the Dolby Theater. That's where the Academy Awards take place today, and now they're passing Nan's Chinese Theater right there on your left-hand side. I mean, I'm sorry, on the right-hand side, but on
theater.
TCL. I'm sorry.
They changed
old school,
right? Yeah.
Old school. And then you see the stars in the Hollywood Walk of Fame. So this is iconic Hollywood, and they're passing by a military vehicle. That's the National Guard that is in place, and you can see a National Guardsman right there on the sidewalk by the stars. So their job, obviously, is to continue to protect property, and they're protecting that property of, as we've seen yesterday, like City Hall, iconic structures that are in Los Angeles to make sure they remain safe, and so far they've done a good job.
And we've seen that sign in Hollywood as those marchers that definitely has grown this crowd, and the red sign that they're holding in the front of their line say their names, no doubt referring to different people, of course, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Christian Cooper, so many different cases in the last few months, that I'm sure those pictures
say their names.
Many of them.
You just did, Ellen.
Right, we'll
say their names.
And there's so many more.
Let's just stay with this.
So they are on the go, and we're happy to report that so far.
Well, the number of protesters
has been a peaceful protest. They're accomplishing their goal. They don't see a whole lot of.
They literally can arrest all of them. So now they're surrounding them. They're going behind them. So they're going to round them up. And that's what they just did.
Yep.
Hang on a second, folks. We're having technical difficulties. So stand by. We will try to link up with W.
You saw the line
Here we
run
go.
around. Now they flanked them,
We
so
are
they're
reconnected.
behind them, so they've surrounded the protesters. A lot of the protesters, though, in there, they're members of the media as well. And the media was already given an exemption. Hey, Heather, have you got...
Okay, so we are going to fix WJLA. We have fixed WJLA.
The dispensary in Van Nuys.
There's Chris Christie right now.
I'm just going to try to
19
put
protesters. I can't tell exactly how many are now in that circle surrounded by police, but you can see many of them have their hands up and are still holding their signs in the air.
Chris, you pulled up off the pursuit, or you still on it?
Sorry about that, David. So LAPD lost it, and we happened to lose it as well. Basically, what's going on here is the type of driving that we were seeing just became too dangerous. And at the end of the day, what are they able to do with him in this case? Is it worth the risk to public safety when he's going to be processed with no bail, not face any jail time, and just be released with a citation? It just doesn't make sense, and so they decided to give it up altogether. Now they're tracking other suspicious individuals who are mixed in with protesters who are, again, are moving up and down Van Nuys Boulevard. Some of them are peaceful, but others of them are armed with weapons. We're talking about hammers, we're talking about crowbars, and right now they're looking for somebody armed with a knife in the middle of the crowd. We were on the other corner that you're looking at right here, the northeast corner, and somebody randomly took a bottle of water and poured it on a bunch of protesters. These are agitators who are trying to get these crowds riled up and look to just basically distract the police. That's the name of the game. You distract the police, and then they go on their crime spree. It's a trend we've been seeing, and the pattern is not really changing.
This is Mark Brown, by the way, along with Colleen Sullivan, getting ready for Eyewitness News at 5. When you talk about that pattern, trying to distract the police, trying to rile up the protesters, there's a saying, it's an old saying, don't fall for the okie doke. And if they don't, then it'll be all right. But you'll have to see whether that takes place as we're watching these large groups and looters that are looting that is taking place. This is Eyewitness News at 5 and our continuing coverage of the protests against police violence and the occasional lawlessness that has erupted, that has caused a lot of damage in a lot of communities in Southern California. Chris, go ahead, continue.
Yeah, we're just keeping an eye on this group right here. Again, LAPD has been pretty patient most of the day. We saw LAPD, one of the commanders actually talking to an organizer, allowing them to protest a while ago, but the crowd has really dispersed into different intersections and different corners. This happens to be Victory and Van Nuys Boulevard. All of this started earlier today around noon over at the Van Nuys Civic Center, where a crowd of 100 protesters grew to about 2, maybe closer to 300 at one point. The crowd grew throughout the day, and as we went on the air at around 3 o'clock, things started to go sideways. There were agitators who were starting to vandalize property and then branched off and started looting businesses up and down Van Nuys Boulevard. A large gang of looters formed, and they started going business to business. We saw a pharmacy being looted. We saw dozens of looters jumping out of a Boost mobile phone store, and then we saw another medical marijuana shop being looted as well. One of the people inside that shop actually chased out the looters with a fire extinguisher, and we've seen those looters basically scatter across the neighborhood here in this part of Van Nuys. LAPD doing their level best to try and keep up and take any looters that they can into custody. Just you saw on our air a few minutes ago, they actually caught up with the original group that looted that pharmacy and chased them in a black Charger through the streets of Van Nuys and eventually lost him. They just decided to give it up. Just decided it wasn't worth it the way he was driving. Mark, I'm not sure if you saw it, but he was doing ridiculous speeds through the streets of Van Nuys.
We are about, an hour away from curfew in the city of Los Angeles. So within an hour, there will be more tools available for the police to try to restore order and keep the looters from doing what what they're doing, keep the vandals from doing what they are doing. The protesters who are there to protest police violence against African Americans are going to have to make a decision at 6 o'clock whether they continue to protest and demonstrate or whether they observe the curfew and prepare for tomorrow to begin.
They are committed to educating people about the issues affecting black people as it relates to police, and they are committed to seeking and getting some real change.
You know, our Adiane Detil is out, and I'd love for us to get to her.
Sunset and Vine, you can see them. Good-sized protest here, right in front of the Chase Bank. It's a Black Lives Matter organization has put this together. This has been a totally peaceful gathering right now. A lot of, you can see them clapping and chanting. And what you'll notice they'll do, like a lot of times when they get the light, the walk signal, they'll come out into the street, they'll kneel down, and it looks like they're blocking traffic, but as soon as the light changes, they move back to the crowd. So they're letting traffic go. They're being very, I would say, courteous to all the people driving by. And you'll hear the horns honk.
People and embolden cops. The curfew is meant to intimidate people and embolden cops. So why did you come out here tonight? What is the purpose that you're standing here for? We're here to add our voices and we're here to be witnesses. Let's watch our language. Thank you. And you, sir?
What she said.
Okay. There has been a really diverse crowd here today. I was up at 14th and
So far, so things are going very smoothly here in Hollywood.
Protest earlier today, and it was
going to keep an eye on your position, and we have this to show you as well right now. LAPD Commander Corey Polka taking a knee along with protesters outside the Laugh Factory on Sunset Boulevard. It is extraordinary.
Why are you still
Listen up, please. If I take a knee with you guys, will you give me your verbal acknowledgement that this is a peaceful
Well, thank you. Are you going to remain here, and why are you staying?
Don't have set plans yet. But I'm staying because cops keep murdering black people, people of color. It's not right. It's systematic. It's wrong. This president thrives off that. So, yeah, we're going to send a message, and we obviously have. He's in the bunker right now.
Did you hear that he just walked over to St. John's Church a little while ago?
No, I didn't hear that.
How do you feel about that symbolically, that he walked over to the church now that you have heard it?
I honestly don't feel anything like that. I don't feel anything for this president right now. Nothing he does surprises me. Nothing he does shocks me. I don't care.
Tomorrow is election day in D.C. and Maryland. Have you already made your choices? Have you already voted? Or are you voting tomorrow?
I've already voted Maryland, and there's a reason why the president doesn't want Maryland. Just think about it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Leslie, I'm going to continue down the streets because there seem to be a lot more police scattered a few blocks ahead, and I can hear some chanting. I can't quite make out what they are saying, but I'm going to get closer. Guys, how long have you been standing here, and are you going to continue to be protesting tonight? I'm getting that reaction a lot. People don't want to put their faces out there. They know they're here after curfew. It's not where they should be, Leslie, and I think that people are recognizing that. But I'm going to keep heading on this way if you want to follow me. I can talk to you about what I experienced today, and that was a true peaceful protest. That's what I was trying to do. People from Coachella.
I want to ask you a quick question in terms of the crowd that you're seeing right there. What is consistently
happening right now, Tony?
from the people that you've spoken
Hall right now, where a protest just started. You can see probably about 100 people out here. They've got their signs out. This is Anaheim Boulevard. And police, they do have a presence here, including the sheriff's department. You see evangelist here that with more deputies getting out just across the street there on the corner. And a few other deputies further down the street there. That's the Center Street Promenade, where businesses earlier today, they boarded it up. So if you walk down that street, you'll just see that they all boarded up. They were out there preparing for what could come, but so far we've seen nothing but peaceful protests here. And not too far from where we're standing, about a mile and a half away, there was another protest earlier today that was put on by educational leaders.
Let's return to CNN's feed with Anderson Cooper. Come on, come on. Just want to hear from for a
angry
minute.
about that, and they have a lot of pent-up energy. And then this happened, and it was almost like a spark that sent people out because the death was just so painful to watch for so many people, and they had to speak about it. One girl I spoke with yesterday, Lewis, said to me that she didn't have her family and friends near her because of the social isolation and being alone in her apartment, so she needed to come out to share it with people of like mind and commiserate over this, and that was so important to her, to heal for her, because this tragic incident in Minneapolis created so much pain in her life.
All right, Mikey. Thank you so much. We'll check back to you a little bit later on. Protesters also gathering on the Lower East Side of Manhattan. That's where we find our Shannon Ferry. Shannon, how are things going there right now?
Lewis, these protesters have certainly been on the move. We caught up with them first at Avenue D and 9th Street. They have been moving ever since. Appears to be towards the Brooklyn Bridge. We're on Madison Street right now. If you can come and follow me, they've stopped a few times to take a knee, for chants, to dance. But really, it's a moment of solidarity. A lot of them chanting, saying, "I can't breathe." George didn't have to die. And as you can see, there is an extremely large crowd here. They stopped over here after quite a while, Lewis, because it appears that the police have kind of set up a barricade over here. Some of what I've heard these protesters say is when they're passing police, they're calling on them to take a knee. We have seen police officers, not just in the city, across the country, doing that as a sign of solidarity. So a lot of these protesters seem very aware of that, and they're calling on these police officers to drop their batons and stand with them. You can see all those officers there now standing with their batons, with their face shields, and just monitoring this area. There has also been a lot of moments where, as these protesters are walking, we're on the street. There have been a few times, apologies for that, Lewis, live TV. There have been a few times where we've seen MTA buses stop in the middle of the street and start honking in solidarity with these protesters. So as they made their way through Lower Manhattan, they have certainly gotten a huge response from the community, people coming out of their windows. Actually, let's turn the camera over here. Look at all these people watching from their apartment up there. A lot of people putting up their fists in solidarity. To the point that you asked, Michael, earlier about social distancing. Something that I thought was interesting. A woman came up to me, asked me if she could talk to me, and she said, if we all get coronavirus, I'm blaming officials because it's so necessary for us to come out here today. So that's the feeling. Most people I've seen wearing a mask. If you have that, I will say, most people wearing a mask, but they say, as Michael said earlier, they feel this is more important than what's going on with the pandemic. Lewis?
So has anybody expressed any concern about any of this violence or looting coming to that area?
All right, so you just heard from Jonathan DeSouza that at the moment right now, Nassau Inter-County Express Bus Service, which stands for NICE Bus, they are suspending overnight bus service to and from Queens right now, and that is a big mistake on NICE buses. That is just a big mistake. They're not going to give essential people a lifeline when the subways are going to be shut down at 1 o'clock in the morning.
They'll start as a large group, and then they'll break up into
that's just unacceptable in my book.
Groups go out where we see the looting and where we see the violence. But all the people so far that I've spoken to here.
Whoa, okay, I gotta hide a comment. Gotta hide you. Sorry, not gonna allow it on the feed. Nope. Not gonna let that happen.
What are people there hearing or saying or reacting about the curfew itself? Are they in favor of it generally?
Let's see if I can get WUSA back on.
Generally, for the most part, in favor of it. I do think, you can see see, Louis, I just want to show you here for a second. Everyone's taking a kneel here. I just want to show you this for a moment before we continue. Seems like the chants are starting to wind down. They've been doing this a little bit, taking these moments of silence, or at least winding down the cheers.
Hang on, we're going to try to get back WUSA and KABC. Let's see what we can do. We're having an issue joining WUSA right now. But again, that is not a good situation there. Again, if people need service from Long Island to Queens, they're out of luck.
You can see here a lot of people kneeling. But
Nice Bus does the right thing, and they
have
second thoughts and realize that they're not going to leave.
I'd say it's a mixed reaction. Most people though in favor of it, Louis.
Leave it once again, given the circumstances, living with the global pandemic of coronavirus.
Ending at 5 in the morning, our live coverage continues in just a moment.
Every day we are here recalibrating, trying to figure out what the new normal is. And I said,
having technical difficulties once again.
Tonight, that in this moment, the very soul of America is at stake. We must commit as a nation to pursue justice with every ounce of our being. We have to fully make real the American promise that all men and women are not only equal at creation, but throughout their lives as well. Right now, you are looking at what appears to be a standoff between police and protesters right now. A pretty lengthy line, about almost what the side of the street there of police right now in a line. They will do next. We don't know, but we know that
to protest,
in some cases, we've seen demonstrators retreat,
the deaths of African Americans in particular,
as we were made aware sometime later.
But it's also
President Trump will be making his way to St. John's Church
the bad actors who seem to
what appears to be a photo opportunity. But the demonstrators, as we've heard from our colleagues on the ground,
you've got, how many people would you say are there? A couple thousand at this point? I can't estimate crowds.
I said a few hundred. I think you're probably much closer, probably between 1,000 and 2,000, probably in the 1,500 range. I mean, at one point a minute ago, as they were condensed, I mean, it really looked like almost the entire block was packed with people. Unfortunately,
protests that you saw breaking out here in front of the
That is what sources are saying.
That is what sources are saying, Anderson. That was a part of the decision. What part of the decision?
We are in trouble.
We are in trouble.
This country is being
led by
Out to be
men.
seen outside the gates.
Of course he did. He was taken to a bunker, and he's hiding in a bunker, and he is embarrassed that people know that. So what does he have to do? He has to sick police on peaceful protesters, so he can make a big show of being, the little big man walking to a closed down church, and then he always talks about the world laughing, that the world are laughing at the governors right now. They're not laughing at the governors. They're standing in horror over what is happening. The only people that the world is laughing at is the President of the United States. And this event, as I said, if it wasn't so dangerous and disgusting, it would be funny because it is so low rent and just sad. I plan to come tonight and try and be as calm and reasonable as and straightforward in just doing this hour of news. And this happened, and I just can't believe. This is what we have.
This is the United States of America.
This is the United States of America. This is the president we have. They wanted a disruptor. Well,
yeah. That's what a disruptor.
That's what disruption is.
It's so notable because Anderson in the Rose Garden, when the president first came out, he said, "I am an ally of peaceful protest." But what we watched from up here was these peaceful protesters who had been up here for about 8 hours, the 8 hours that we've been up here, and then we watched them. Of course, they got 3 really short warnings, and within 10 minutes, it was crowded down here, and then all of the protesters had been moved down the street for the president to come out, walk across Lafayette Square, and go to this church that he he's visited a handful of times during his presidency, and now we know that was driven in part.
They're all for peaceful protests, except never the actual peaceful protest that's happening. Colin Kaepernick, people taking a knee during a sporting event. No, that's completely inappropriate. That's not the right kind of peaceful protest. A peaceful protest across from the White House, Lafayette Park, it's a federal land. That's why you can use federal forces. No, that's not appropriate. I mean, I'm mystified by all these people who say they're for peaceful protests. I'm not sure what a peaceful protest is supposed to look like, given that everyone that I've seen so far hasn't ended up so well for those who are being peaceful. And I'm not.
Anderson, we should know. We should note who was missing from this photo opportunity that the president did, where he came out here, he posed with the Bible. You saw the Attorney General, you saw the National Security Advisor, you saw the Defense Secretary. The Vice President, Mike Pence, was not here. He did not make this trip with the president. Neither did the First Lady, Melania Trump. Really notable not to see either of those figures come with the president over here to this church where the basement caught on fire last night.
I also noticed
presidential church.
Right. I noticed Ivanka Trump was no fool, and she didn't get sucked into lining up with the president, unless that happened when the cameras had moved or something. But from what I saw, it was only Kayleigh McEnany who was the only woman who got dragged into that. The rest was just the defense secretary. I mean, again, what a day. Caitlin Collins, thank you. More now on the mechanics and in a moment the constitutionality or not of threatening to impose martial law in states across the country. Yeah, that's a sentence I didn't really think I'd be ever saying. CNN Pentagon correspondent Barbara Storer joins us now. Just to be clear, Barbara, who has been deployed so far, and what powers does the president actually have?
Well, good evening, Anderson. No, it is a confusing picture tonight. I think we need to start with the troops you are seeing on the streets of Washington, D.C. tonight are National Guard, also federal law enforcement, civilian law enforcement from the National Capital Region. We know that about 200 to 250 active duty military are on standby and could be brought onto the streets at the president's.
Those are military police, is that correct?
That's right. Those are active duty military police. These are units that would deploy to war zones, the units that would deploy to assist Americans in hurricanes. You and I were both at Katrina. We both remember seeing troops there in support, in trying to help Americans who were in such trouble in New Orleans as that city flooded. That's what the U.S. military does. The U.S. military does not go onto the streets of this country and engage in law enforcement activities unless a president specifically orders it. And in terms of what we saw over the last hour or so, this is a real question about who in the White House, I think, is actually understanding and comprehending and willfully understanding or not the authorities of, as you say, a commander-in-chief. We saw a commander-in-chief tonight who was joined by a defense secretary and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in what many people may decide is a political act rather than a national security act. Bring law and order to the streets, yes. Stop the violence, yes. But these were, as everyone points out, peaceful protests. I will tell you, earlier today I was talking to a military official who's deeply involved in all of this. He said, we are your friends and neighbors. We don't want to be on the streets doing that. Another National Guard commander talked about this as to reporters as the job he likes to do the least. If you're going to put federal military forces, as the president described them, to this country, you're going to need the support of the governors, the mayors, and most importantly, you're going to need the support of the American people. Or you have a commander-in-chief tonight at the White House who is going to do something.
Let's just be real. The way he phrased it, it makes it sound like he is going to be sending in active troops. It actually is at the request of governors.
Well, no. I mean, he may phrase it that way, but here's how real life works. He can invoke the Insurrection Act. That would mean he could send in active duty troops to engage in law enforcement. That means carry weapons, detain American citizens, arrest American citizens, all the things that would those troops.
I've been doing good. I'm covering the protest now on YouTube.
Under the Insurrection Act.
Yeah, I covered it last night. Oh, and by the way, when I got down to Atlantic Terminal, everyone was gone. It was a ghost town. There was only like maybe 20 people there, holding up signs or whatever. It was dead. There was nothing going on. So I managed to get video, and Stop and Shop.
Yeah.
Trying to go inside Stop and Shop, but they stopped them. They had private security, so they weren't able to get in there.
Civilian law enforcement.
Oh yeah.
Which was good.
There's only two choices here, really.
So, all these people.
Have their approval or you don't.
And it's a shame. It's June. It's nice weather.
Thanks very much. So the president's threatening century to the states, whether apparently the governors want it or not. We're joined now by the governor of Michigan, Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Governor, first of all, your reaction of what happened tonight in Washington, D.C. The president said he's going to deploy the military if, quote, the city or state refuses to take the actions that are necessary to defend the life and property of their residents.
All this stuff. Because someone told me that people
I was watching CNN with my daughter, and the split screen was.
I'm not sure about that.
Protesters, and on the other side, his police troops were shooting at peaceful protesters. In this country right now, we need a leader who can bring calm, who can bring unity, who can show the compassion and competence that we need. If they could put this kind of energy behind the Defense Production Act and start producing swabs, we could do the testing to keep people safe. If they could just muster some sort of acknowledgement about the pain, the historical pain that is coming to a tipping point right now around criminal justice and civil, what is happening here in this country.
Where are you at?
The fact of the matter is, what happened in the Rose Garden fight is only
Which park?
Fuel the animosity and angst and anxiety in this country, and I think it is more destructive than what I was
okay.
To say.
Yeah, so
can
anyway,
the president send in active military troops to your state without your approval?
Last night, a couple of people watched.
The president,
I had
apparently there are
about 7 people who saw the live stream.
To ask for acknowledgement of
okay.
Yeah, I think I might cover the night shutdown.
I can tell you that states, my understanding is that they can't do it without the approval of the governors, and I can.
Yeah, it will be very interesting.
Boulevard.
So again, let's hope
that Nice Bus will reconsider, because the last thing we need.
Yeah, I saw that.
Right.
Right.
You know
about the Franklin Avenue detour on the M4041 that went into Mineola by the Intermodal Center.
So I don't understand why they went to
So
I know if you were watching earlier,
we did see the protesters calmly organizing around the Theodore Roosevelt building, the legislature building in Nassau County, where of course the legislature meets. That's where County Executive Laura Curran does. Have her office, of course. The only thing I would wonder would be anything happened tonight in Westchester. Because the bottom line is, I would be curious to hear if
let's just get an update
from the Hudson Valley.
And check to look
if George Latimer has publicly said anything. Can't find anything at the moment.
I'm curious to see
if we have anything from.
Yes,
okay. Here we go.
Hang on, folks.
Johnson DeSouza wants to come on the air. Let's get him on.
All right, folks. We just got
Johnson, you're on Andy's Randomness.
Hey, Andy, you're doing your live.
Yes, Johnson. Do you have anything important you need to say right now?
Yes, I do, actually. While I was talking to Jason. So I just wanted to say to your viewers that I did reach out to the Vice President of Nice Bus.
Hang on.
Charlton, I'm sorry.
I just got an emergency notification on my phone.
Hello?
Hello?
Okay, we just watched
Charlton DeSouza.
But folks,
I just got an emergency notification on my phone,
and
Jason just sent me the same picture right now. Yes, okay.
If you're in New York
City right now, you should have gotten this notification. And I quote, citywide curfew in effect for New York City, 11 p.m. on June 1st to 5 a.m. on June 2nd. Essential workers are exempt.
Okay, so
Trying to get Charlton back. Shortly. Call him back.
Because we were just getting an
important word regarding Nice Bus.
Trying to get him on here.
Okay,
Charlton.
Are you...
Yeah, hello, I got disconnected by some stupid alert.
Yeah, me too. I just got the notification.
Yeah, these people have nothing. You know what? They're so disgusting, these people. You know what? I tell you, they're disgusting. They just come into neighborhoods, they're looting, and because of these idiots, everyone else has to suffer.
And
you know?
I'm concerned about
anyway, I called the vice president
Brooklyn.
of Nice Bus. I reached out to them, and I did send them a message on Facebook as well. I told them they should not suspend bus service in Queens, that it's a bad idea, and they should keep service running all night, because most of the people on the bus are essential workers.
Yes, and at the moment, I have not heard anything regarding the N20G to and from Flushing and Great Neck getting suspended, so that to me is very odd.
Yeah, that bus ends at like 8:30, 9 o'clock. So that's not affected by the shutdown.
That will not be impacted. Okay, but it's only... So to get everybody in tune, the N4, the N6, the N22, and the N24 bus routes will be impacted.
Well, the N22 and 24, the last bus on Sundays is like at 10 o'clock. So it's not that... The N22 and 24 are not affected by it. It's basically the N6 and what I'm concerned about is the N4, because it has heavy ridership at night.
Yes, it does. The N4 between Freeport and Jamaica.
Right, I think it's disgusting. This whole thing has gotten me angry. And you know what? I think most of the people that are causing these problems, you want to know the truth, and I hope you don't get offended by this in any way or anything.
Or my viewers.
I was told that the troublemakers are getting paid to do all this stuff.
Yeah, we have been hearing that. We have been hearing Antifa has been getting involved, along with right-wing radical groups.
Right, and you know what? What I feel is suspicious. I don't think they're saying that Democratic people are doing this. Maybe that's true. I don't know. It probably is true. But I think a large majority of the looting is being done by professional people who are getting paid. And they're not really professionals. They're just great instigators, which is disgusting. They're disgusting people. And, you know, it's affecting a lot of innocent people who run businesses. They don't need this. I think it's disgusting.
Yes, and I will tell you from my personal point of view, I'm very disgusted what I've seen in Lower Manhattan. I'm upset what has happened, and I've said this to everybody. Downtown Brooklyn is much better than this. This is not what downtown Brooklyn stands for.
So right now, the protesters are actually on the Upper East Side, in the 19th precinct, around 5th Avenue, 86th Street. There's a lot of problems. 86 and Lex, from down now, by 5th Avenue.
Here's the question. Here is the concern I have right now. Are they heading east or west right now? That would be
both directions because they're split into groups.
They're split into groups.
Troublemakers all the way from Fifth. They're all the way on Fifth Avenue from 23rd Street all the way up, all the way past 86th Street.
Because
The whole Fifth Avenue is getting bombarded.
Because if you're all along 86th Street, if you head east, that's Gracie Mansion. That's Carl Schurz Park. If you head west, you're heading towards Central Park East.
No, they're going down. They're going down Fifth Avenue.
They're going down Fifth.
They're not going sideways. They're not going sideways like on Second Avenue or towards Madison or towards Park.
Or heading towards York Avenue.
Towards Fifth Avenue.
All right, but at least they're not heading towards York Avenue, which, again, that would be my concern.
Not yet, as far as I know.
Wait, Charlton, where are you right now?
I'm actually in the park on 72nd Street. So I will tell you some news that you probably don't know. Madison Avenue, when I was coming up Madison, I saw them boarding up all the stores on Madison Avenue in the 60s and 70s. So they had wood up all the stores.
That doesn't surprise me. And my question now would be, are you going to get home before the... Now, are you going to return home before the curfew?
I'm planning to get on like the 10:30 train out of Atlanta.
All right, so thankfully where you are in Queens Village, you can just walk home. You're in a better predicament.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't think they're going to be bugging people in Queens Village because most of the people out are essential people. You know what I'm saying? I think the whole idea behind that curfew is to just keep the protesters at bay and keep them under control. That's what it is. But you know what? I think it's going to be worse tonight. I don't really see... I don't think a curfew is going to stop them. I don't think so.
We've seen other cities recently, and I've shown this. Los Angeles, for an example, I've been monitoring it over the weekend, and I noticed when they put curfews in, that's when the problems do start. And we've noticed that as well in Minnesota over the weekend. I personally saw a bunch of videos over the weekend where curfews get in place in Minneapolis and St. Paul, and you still see protesters.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I was also told by people, you won't believe this, and I don't know if this is true or not, but I was told by several people that not only are the people that are doing all this stuff agitators, but it turns out some undercover cops could be involved in all of this stuff.
Well, I certainly would hope not, and...
I would hope not either, but they said that some undercover cops were like fueling the protesters, and they started the stuff, and then what happened was they left. And then in some cases, people said they saw them looting. I don't know if this is true. Again, it wouldn't surprise me. There's a lot of corruption going on all over the place. So, I would just tell people, just to stay away from Midtown Manhattan. Just stay in the poor neighborhoods where there's no trouble in the poor neighborhoods. Just avoid all the affluential areas.
Yes, I mean, I'm assuming there's probably going to be crowds gathering at the Barclays Center tonight, and probably in Manhattan, because that's where they're most likely guiding this curfew.
Hold on a second. Excuse me, sir. Hi, I had a question for you. Where's the protesters now?
That's a good question. I would say probably I left them at what, the congregation.
Mm-hmm.
But we started this afternoon. We've been to Barclays, we've been there, we've been to Washington Park, Bryant Park, many big. But tomorrow morning, City Hall.
Hold on. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, guys, be safe, okay? Yeah, because there's a lot of reports going on. They got undercover cops causing the looting, and then they've got professional agitators who are going around causing all the problems and stuff. You know what? Those are the people. I hope they get them, and I hope the protesters beat them up before the cops come, because it's not right.
It's not peaceful, man. It's not right, and I will say, my experience, it's been at least protest-wise peaceful, and everyone has respect.
Yeah, I've seen that too, yeah. Yeah, and
see the bad news.
Yeah. Right. Right. So you guys be safe, okay? Be strong. All right, man. Thank you.
And stay woke.
So yeah, the guy told me it was by Washington Square Park that they were protesting up there.
So they were, yeah, I noticed they were I saw it earlier tonight. I had a live stream on. There were crowds gathering in the vicinity of Washington Square Park North. That's where the arch is.
Yeah, well, the NYU area has been devastated. They've been,
yes, especially
the NYU area doing a lot of shit over there.
Especially,
that's my area. So.
And especially how I've been hearing on the scanner over the weekend that they were all over University Place.
Yeah, but no, that whole area is a mess. I don't know
yes.
if you know this.
And I will personally mention,
the whole area they burned the whole area down.
Yes, and tomorrow, this is a quick announcement. I am going to try to see if I can get on to Mayor Rudy Giuliani's show on WABC radio tomorrow, and I'm going to personally tell him how I feel regarding what's been going on in the past 72 hours, because somebody needs to...
He's part of all the problems. Because of that idiot, now we're paying the price 20 years later.
Well, I will be discussing my issues tomorrow with him. So, listen, Charlton, I do have to get going. Please stay safe out there. Please hope that you'll come back home before the curfew starts at 11 o'clock. So, all right.
Was this good for your show?
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing this since Saturday, so trust me, you know, I just didn't expect it to get out of hand, and almost 72 hours later, and, you know, madness, just chaos.
Yeah, you be home. You get home safe, alright? Okay,
I have not left my house, so trust me, I'm all good. I'm bunkered down.
Well, I'll be home soon, so.
All right. All right, thank you. All right, so once again, that was the president of Passengers United, Charlton DeSouza. Of course, my boss. Pretty much giving a surveillance of the situation. So again, that was the announcement I just made. I'm going to try to get the phone number tomorrow for WABC. Again, the mayor does have his own show, so I will try to call in tomorrow and just give my thoughts, because as I've mentioned, I'm going to say it again. I've been very concerned about what's been going on in Manhattan, especially around the area of Union Square and Washington Square Park, but especially, again, there's a culture in downtown Brooklyn. We have our colleague Jason Anthony, who lives in that area, and me and him, and especially Charlton, knows this very well. Downtown Brooklyn is much better than that. It is much better. I've been there numerous times, around Flatbush and Atlantic, and it's an area that had pride, had complete pride, and now you're seeing the image deteriorating.
It's just not right.
It's just not right. Just not right.
So
I'll try to give Mayor Giuliani a call tomorrow on his show, and I will express my feelings to him tomorrow, because I will tell you since he started his radio program, and I've been listening to it a lot. His senility is coming back.
I know
I criticized him when he was the president's personal attorney during the Russia probe, but sometimes when you have a change of pace, good things do happen. So do Mayor Giuliani, if he is listening, I will try to call him, into his show tomorrow, and
I'll be
civil with the mayor, because again, one of our former elected officials. Gotta be respectful. we're gonna join back to WUSA, and I'll just quickly mention if I do get a hold of the mayor tomorrow, Mayor Giuliani, that is, I will try to see if I can get him on sometime around 3 to 5 p.m. and we'll talk, or hopefully I'll get a hold of him this week and bring that up. And I know Thursday I have a meeting with the PCAC discussing the reopening of New York City next week, transit-wise, because I am expecting to hear from MTA Chairman Pat Foy sometime this week about. Originally we were expecting to get the plan when phase one starts next week, and I will bring up one last point before we go back to any television affiliate, because I just want to mention WUSA has gone back to regular programming. I will say this for a positive note. If you weren't able to catch Suffolk County Executive Steve Ballone's daily briefing today, he made a very valid point. And I do agree with him on this. Is that let's say you get people to get tested for the coronavirus, and all of a sudden you notice that the rate of infection doesn't go up for any odd reason. Let's say people were keeping their face masks on, they were socially distancing, and hopefully they were carrying hand sanitizer, because that would be the right thing to do given the foreseen circumstance. The bottom line is right now, and I will bring this up, and Steve Ballone made an excellent point today, was that if the rate of infection doesn't go up like we saw back in March, because March was a different situation where you had late February, early March, where you had people coming in from China and Italy, and they were, and this was internationally spread, all right? This was all over the world. That's why they called it a pandemic. Let's say you had people who came from out of state, didn't go to a different country for the past 2.5 months, almost 3 months, because remember, June 11th will make 90 days since the pandemic was declared back on March 11th. The bottom line is, if you don't see the rate of infection going up, that's a positive sign. And to me, that would be a positive. Yes, I understand these protests are negative. They spewed violence. They caused destruction. Businesses have been destroyed. Police officers are getting assaulted. The bottom line is right now, if you see that rate of infection not impacted at all of the virus just spreading. And the point I want to make here is Steve Ballone said you could see the governor maybe here in New York, Governor Andrew Cuomo lifting crowd gatherings. That would be a positive sign. To maybe say maybe we are going to get to phase 4 quicker. Maybe we will let Broadway reopen sooner than we thought. The Great White Way, because I certainly would want to see Broadway come back. That would be a habit. So I'm gonna tweet the picture of what I just got. I want you to take a look at the picture I just tweeted out.
Okay, breaking news from Nice Bus. Breaking news from Nice Bus. Our superfan, Cuomo Corruption, just tweeted this very important picture out, so we will try to get to that. Very quickly, I want to mention we will be joining WPIX at 10 o'clock tonight to get an update if we have anything regarding New York. So let's just take a look and see if we can get my screen back online. Here we go. Okay, here we go. We are closing Hempstead Transit Center tonight. You can catch your bus in front of the terminal on West Columbia Street. So if you need nice bus tonight, you're going to be impacted by this. You're definitely going to be impacted if you're taking the N6 from Hempstead Transit Center. Hang on. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Sorry about that. Okay. So this is the picture I just got on my phone. This is what it says. Citywide curfew for New York City starting at 11 p.m. on June 1st, 5 a.m. on June 2nd. So from what I'm making out, this is going to be a 6-hour curfew. Okay.
Yep, and I got the same message.
Jonathan will keep us posted if he hears anything else at the moment. Let me just check your comments. Okay, Jason Anthony said New York 1 is at the Lower East Side in Manhattan. There's a group headed towards the Brooklyn Bridge. Large crowd has gathered at the Barclays Center. Okay, thank you, Jason.
You're welcome, Andy.
So KABC is still live right now. Okay. Alright, so looks like we have a New York feed again. We have WNBC right now. So what I'm going to do is, can we get the scanner back by any chance? Can we get the scanner back? No. Okay, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that now. Okay. Let me just check ABC News now. Get an idea, and how about this? We'll go back to KABC. We'll stick with them. And let me just see what I can do.
And we know that this is a company.
Yes, okay, let's just go back to KABC. How about that? Because I will put the scanner on, because I have to take care of something for a moment.
A very peaceful protest at this point. I asked the police department, has there been any property damage or anything like that? They said only one report of a window broken out in a vehicle, but they haven't even been able to really investigate that yet. So at this point, very loud, but very peaceful in downtown Riverside. Rob McMillan, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Rob, thank you very much. Let's take a look now. Let's hear, of course, on the first night of the protesting. Downtown LA was one of the focal points, and there were disturbances, there was violence. What we're seeing now.
Good evening, folks. This is Jason Anthony here from his studios in Bromhill, Brooklyn. We are continuing to be live. And as my colleague Andrew Sirandronis reported, New York City is under a curfew tonight, starting at 11 o'clock until 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. Essential workers are exempted. is continue our what we do every day. In other words, every weekday. And it's that we watch CNN on channel 78 and 201 on Spectrum.
With handcuffs on and getting loaded up into these police vans. They've been fairly calm and peaceful. Some have been chanting, but for the most part, tensions.
Tear gas and some chaos.
So the president could come over to that church and have a moment.
And we have breaking news from 1010 Wins is that they have a video regarding the NYPD chief of department taking a knee with protesters in Manhattan.
Now here I am 60.
I'm going through it, and then my two sons now, EJ and Andre, they're going through it. And so what we see, though, is these young people of all races, not just black people are out there, all race of people are out there, and they're showing their power, and they're letting their voice be heard. Now they have to do the same thing in November when the election comes around. And so I love how they mobilize. I love that today we're seeing more peaceful protesting, and it's been powerful. Even here in Los Angeles, we've seen that. But also, too, at the same time, I don't think that this is going to go away anytime soon until we see that George Floyd's murder, that police officer is found guilty of that murder. And then we'll deal with the other three after that.
I want to ask you a personal question, and if it's too personal, that don't answer it. But just as the father of two black young people, every person of color I know has had that conversation with their child of what you do if you're pulled over, and it's not a conversation I can tell you anyone ever had with me, and I know the reason why, because my interactions with the police are completely different than most people's interactions with the police, frankly, but certainly most of my friends' interactions with the police. So what is it like to have that conversation, and then probably a lot of people look at you and think, well, you're Magic Johnson, you don't have to, your kids are fine, they don't probably have to worry about that kind of stuff. When in fact, this is about people judging others based on the color of their skin and nothing else.
Well, it doesn't matter
if I'm Magic Johnson or not.
My kid, just like I am,
still a black man, right? And
yes, I had that
conversation because it's important that I have that conversation with both EJ and Andre. If you pulled over, make sure you got your hands out of the window. Make sure that you comply.
Well, let's look at George
Well, let's look at George Floyd. He did everything he was supposed to do.
And this
police officer
put all his body weight
on his neck,
right, for 8
minutes.
So if that can happen
to George Floyd, it can happen to EJ and Andre and more black men. And so we're fed up with this. It's got to stop. And then last but not least, Anderson, these young people got to have a voice at the table. They want their voices heard. They want their concerns heard. And then they want action to take place. And so they're going to still protest for a long time until their voices are heard.
One of the things Governor Cuomo said the other day, which I thought was just kind of so sensible and obvious, and yet I think people just kind of accept it, is Governor Cuomo was saying, why should a young black child in America who lives in a neighborhood that doesn't have the resources of a more economically advantaged neighborhood, why does that child get an inferior education? Why is that accepted? Why do we think, oh yeah, that's just the way it is? I mean, in this country, of all countries, these basic injustices, these basic inequalities, maybe because we've lived with them our entire lives, we think, oh yeah, that's just the way it is. But it's not. I mean, it should not be that way. It just seems so obvious. One of your former teammates, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, wrote an amazing op-ed in the Los Angeles Times. I think it was really written for people in the white community, but I think it was really just so well done. One of the things he said is racism in America is like dust in the air. It seems invisible, even if you're choking on it, until you let the sun in. Then you see it's everywhere. As long as we keep shining that light, we have a chance of cleaning it wherever it lands, but we have to stay vigilant because it's always still in the air. I just thought that was so powerful.
Oh, no question about it.
Kareem is a very intelligent black man, and probably the smartest athlete I've ever known in my life. Let me go back to Governor Cuomo. We need a leader like him.
He has been strong.
He's had an incredible strategy for the state of New York. He was on top of it. Governor Whitmer of Michigan has been strong. I know she was on your show. Thank you for protecting my state, Michigan, where I'm from, Governor. You've done an amazing job. Governor Newsom out here in California has done an amazing job. We've had strong leadership, right? We've seen it. We've seen those people who say, hey, we got to unite the people. We got to bring people together, not divide the people. And right now, that's so important what comes out of our mouth, because these protesters are serious, and they're not going to stop until their voices are heard and justice is served for George Floyd. That's very important.
Justice. Yeah, justice. Magic Johnson, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Anderson.
Thank you, Anderson.
The news continues. Want to hand it over to Chris for Cuomo Prime Time. Chris?
Really important conversation, Anderson. Thank you very much. Let's continue Anderson's conversation. There should be going on all over this country. Welcome. I am Chris Cuomo, and this is Prime Time. George Floyd, as you may know, was killed 1 week ago today. Tonight, I fear what's happening may make everything worse. If you want to see this country get to a better place, you can't just watch the coverage. You're not going to be led to a better place. I hope that is something you're aware of now, and that it's not frightening. Everything that matters most in this country has always been bottom up. Whether it's the pandemic, whether it's how we treat one another, whether how we demand justice and fairness from our institutions. Our president tonight treated those who want change as the enemy. He gave a speech about what's going on, and never mentioned the problem of police abuse, the abuse of force that started this. He never mentioned the problems that minorities face during this period of social unrest, during this pandemic, and
beyond.
He said he was an
ally to protesters.
And at the exact
same time,
he had officers
forcing out peaceful protesters right across from where he was.
You can see it.
You can see it. I want you to watch.
And watch this line
advance.
And move these people out
in a way that we didn't see last night. Peaceful protesters. Okay? And you check anywhere you want.
These were peaceful protesters.
These were peaceful protesters. He said he was an ally.
It was all captured live.
It was all captured live.
So he was
lying in real time.
As he was
saying something, the opposite was being demonstrated. He was literally doing the worst to the people he said he supported.
But the reason I have such fear tonight that if we don't all come together, we're going to have worse days ahead.
Is why he did what he did.
He had them cleared out.
So he could do this.
So he could walk
to where the protesters
in front of St.
John's Episcopal Church over there in Lafayette Park
and
lift a Bible.
I don't know why.
I don't know why. He certainly wasn't taking any oath.
He didn't open it.
He didn't read from it. He didn't read from it.
He didn't even go
into the church.
He really didn't say
anything. I mean, if I were to pop up the sound right now.
Greater than ever before. So why didn't he go in? Maybe he stayed outside.
Because
what happens inside
that church especially
is much more
and better identified with the people he had chased away from in front of it than what he is about.
Google the history
of St. John's Episcopal Church.
It's been there since the early
1800s. I think it was President Madison staked money for its founding.
It has always been about
addressing the needs of the local community, especially social justice. It supports activities to help the people who need it. It doesn't refer to those seeking justice as thugs. It's making masks right now for the pandemic. It doesn't pretend there is no pandemic problem.
And it preaches
inside that building, that church, that you must live
what is in
the good book,
holding it in your hand.
If you don't hold its message of loving mercy in your heart,
is an empty
gesture by an empty suit.
Even the bishop
of that church is appalled.
Here
is Reverend Marianne Buddy on CNN just moments ago.
Let me be clear. The president just used a Bible, the most sacred text of the Judeo-Christian tradition, and one of the churches of my diocese, without permission, as a backdrop for a message antithetical to the teachings of Jesus and everything that our churches stand for. And to do so, as you just said, he sanctioned the use of tear gas by police officers in riot gear to clear the church yard. I am outraged.
Just look at that
image.
Standing in front of a church,
holding a Bible. He's basically saying, hey, all you evangelicals,
I'm your guy.
Law and order. It's all in the book. They tell me.
What this president
wants this to become about.
At a time when leaders
need to regain trust. That's what's missing.
How do they gain trust?
How do they gain trust? You speak truth, and you show steps that are being taken to get to a better place. Talk's not enough.
Trump wants to make
this a battle of might makes right. He asked governors to dominate protesters. He literally said, listen, this is a movement. And if you don't show force, it will grow.
He's half right.
Demanding justice and the full freedoms of the liberty that is a God-given right in this country. That is a movement.
And it is one
that he should be leading.
But he is wrong
about force.
America
does not go for harsh strength. Not for long. If you try to beat back people in all these cities, you're going to have them joined by many more. Even in a pandemic that is keeping a lot of people home for now.
That's what happened.
Just tonight. I find it to be the most frightening sequence of events since Mr. Floyd was murdered. The question now is, how will the nation react? We'll watch
together. A little bit of a different night today. More curfews going into effect nationwide. One in Los Angeles just began as we speak. So has Atlanta. 2 hours from now, New York has a new curfew. 11 p.m. That goes into effect. We'll be working 2 shifts tonight. I'll do this show now, and then we'll be on from midnight to 2. New York has a bigger police presence. 8,000 officers are there. Curfews you're going to see in spots all across the country. Do they work? I don't know. It really depends on the time, place, and manner of their enforcement. We'll watch. But we have something bigger than just watching the events unfold. We have somebody who's going to be key to the future of this situation. The lead prosecutor on the Floyd case. One man is in charge of all the cases to come and overseeing them. Okay? It's not the Hennepin County prosecutor. It's going to be the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota. And we have him with us tonight. Okay? Attorney General Ellison is here to talk about what's going on and what Keith Ellison believes will happen. But let's state that we're going to look all over the country. But let's start with where this started. CNN's Sarah Seidner is in Minnesota. Today marks 7 days since his death. I believe you are situated near the scene of where this all unfolded. You were explaining to me last night this place is being treated solemnly in the community. They don't bring the noise and the anger and hostility there. They keep it sacrosanct, at least for now. What's it like at this time?
Absolutely a place of peace, a place of reflection, a place to remember, a place to honor, all of that for the Floyd family and also for the neighborhood. This place hasn't been destroyed. Yes, boards are up, but nothing has happened here to any of these buildings. What has happened are incredible scenes of solidarity. We watched as Terrence Floyd, one of the brothers of George Floyd, showed up for the very first time, Chris, today, to the scene where his brother died, was killed. And he showed up, and as soon as he got to the mural that shows George Floyd, he broke down in the arms of the friends that brought him here. He walked to this side of the store, the Cup Food store, where we saw Officer Derek Chauvin's knee pressed down on Floyd's neck for more than 7 minutes. And he kneeled down and he prayed. And when he did, the hundreds of people that were here kneeled down with him. They kneeled down with him and they prayed with him. And there wasn't a bit of noise. It was pin drop silence in these streets for 5 solid minutes as they prayed. And when they got back up, Terrence Floyd said, I need to talk to some of the protesters out there. Do not do violence in our name. Stop it. You can't use this family for that. You're destroying your own neighborhoods, your own places of business, the places that people go to eat. Stop it. Instead, do something else. Vote. And not just for higher office, not just for political high office like the presidency. Vote for your local council folks. Vote for your state folks. Vote for your county folks. He was very clear that you cannot do violence in his name. But that he understood. He understood people's rage. He understood it. He is a family member. He's like, but don't use us like that. And he said that George Floyd himself would never have wanted to see the destruction that has gone on. Of course, he would never have wanted to be in the situation that he was in with those 4 officers. And as we talked about last night, Chris, this was over a $20 counterfeit bill. $20.
Did the words of the president
over $20?
Did the words of the president echo to that community yet tonight? Him not mentioning the issue that sparked all of this about the abuse of force by officers, that protester needs to be dominated, that he'll send in the military. Have those words echoed?
It has not been missed. And the reaction here is not one of rage, it's of disgust. People are disgusted with the idea that the military would be turned upon citizens of this country inside this country. It's disgust. It's disgust. That's what people feel. But they have also in part ignored him because there is also more information that has come out while all of this was going on, just before the president spoke, about the autopsy, both from the pathologist who the family hired to look into the death of George Floyd and the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office. Both of those pathologists said that a homicide had occurred. In other words, someone had killed him. But they disagreed on exactly how he died and what caused his death. One saying it was cardiopulmonary attack, and the other saying asphyxiation. And that was the family's pathologist who said he believes that this was death by asphyxiation. So two very different methods of dying there. But homicide, he was killed. Both agreed.
And look,
I think the distinction between the two reports may make a difference in a prosecution. May not. Depends on the charge, depends on the case, depends on the other evidence. But one thing is for sure, nobody there is going to accept any reckoning that what happened to George Floyd with those officers had nothing to do with why he died. That is eerily reminiscent of what happened with Eric Garner. That it wasn't the choke that killed him, it was the state of his physical disrepair. Sarah Seidner, thank you. As you know, if there's something we need to see or hear, you get in my ear, I'll come right back to you. Be safe and be our best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now,
one officer has been charged. A big part of the outrage on the streets is not just about the actions of what happened with those officers and George Floyd, but the inaction afterwards. Why did it take so long for that first officer to be arrested? Why aren't the other three in the same position?
That is a big question.
The charges against him.
Are they the best charges?
Are they the best charges? Do they fully capture what this was about? Those are big questions. And we have a very special guest tonight to discuss what happens with those other three. What does this case look like to him? What is justice? What do the autopsies mean? The head prosecutor, the very center of it all, Minnesota's Attorney General, Keith Ellison, joins us next.
It only takes a second for an everyday item to become Todd's Child Guard Pack. Helps keep your laundry packs in a safe place and your child safer. To close, twist until it clicks. Tide Pod's Child Guard Packaging. When you shop with Wayfair, you spend less and get way more. So you can bring your vision to life and save in more ways than one. For small prices, you can build big dreams. Spend less, get way more. Shop everything home at Wayfair today.
This isn't a fling. It's a commitment. You get out what you put in. So get to Advance. Right oil, right filter, right price. $33.99 every day. Advance your auto at Advance Auto Parts.
Hi, I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans and Rocket Mortgage. During the challenging times we're all experiencing, our top priority is the health and safety of the communities that we serve. And while it's true that things are changing rapidly every day, one thing that will never change is our commitment to giving you the best mortgage experience. We understand that hardships may arise, and we're prepared to help. If you currently work with us and need assistance, contact us at rocketmortgage.com.
First up is this French onion dip. I'm going to start the bidding at $5. Thank you, sir. $6 over there. Going once, going twice. Sold!
Don't get mad, get E-Trade and get more than just trading, investing, banking, guidance.
Out here,
Each new day is an opportunity to enjoy what's around you, to take pride in your land, to fire up reasons to be together, to collect new memories, and grow in fresh ways. With all that's changed, you've continued to live life out here to the fullest. So in more than 8
People, we got breaking news from the psychopath. And thanks to our fellow contributor Matt Camper, it's saying that the 33rd Street line between General Square 33rd Street, Hoboken 33rd Street is temporarily closed due to protests in Manhattan, and AJT is cross honoring at Newark Penn Station. So let's go to New York City Transit. See what we got. All in that, the 4 and D trains bypassing Fordham Road. Alright, we got 4 trains bypassing Fordham Road in both directions, while NYPD responds to a group of disruptive people at the location. We got delays on the Far Walkway line. And it's expected longer wait times for northbound A in Brooklyn after South Channel Bridge was open for marine traffic. And also we have D trains bypassing Fordham Road in both directions. So 4 and D trains are bypassing Fordham Road in both directions. For service to both stations, take the BX12 or BX12 Plus. Let's return to Chrono time.
E Mama, what's up?
E Mama, what's up?
I'm confused. What, everything okay?
What, everything okay?
I want to see one price on my phone bill. That doesn't sound confusing,
That doesn't sound confusing, Mama.
You're on T-Mobile.
Taxes and fees are included.
Oh, come on. It's always extra fees.
Not on T-Mobile, Mama.
Why can't all my bills be like this?
Bye, Mama.
Love you. Bye, Mama. Love you.
Anthony?
At T-Mobile, taxes and fees are included. And right now, when you switch your family, get 4 lines of unlimited for just $35 a line.
One-on-one, brought to you by T-Mobile, keeping you connected to everything that matters most. 24/7 help is always available at T-Mobile.com.
All right, the latest news in terms of the prosecutions or potential prosecutions of all 4 officers involved in the death of George Floyd is that there are now 2 autopsies regarding what killed him. One conducted by an independent party that would determine that Floyd died of asphyxiation. In other words, from having his throat crushed by the officer's knee. The other was conducted by the Hennepin County medical examiner. And they say it was a result of being restrained. This as the country is dealing with the actions
and inaction, both of which have been found intolerable. These cases all will run through the Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison.
He is a
long-time government worker. He was a congressman. He is a social activist, and now he is in the pole position of handling the administration of justice in this matter with national implications. And he joins us now. Mr. Attorney General, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, Chris. How are you?
Good to see you, Chris. How are you?
I'm doing better than I deserve.
I'm doing better than I deserve. And
I
know that this is the kind of position that you take very seriously,
and that those who know you would say you've
prepared a lifetime for. Let's start national and then get to your responsibility locally. The president tonight, no mention
of what
the protests around this country are about. No mention of any problem with policing ever. No mention of any problems faced by minority communities in this country. He said that those who are doing anything other than peaceful protesting must be dominated, and that he will use the military, and that governors must crush this movement, otherwise it will grow. What does that mean to you as somebody who is in charge with keeping law and order, administration of justice in the focus state in the country right now?
The attitude where you want to dominate someone is exactly what I believe is at the heart of so much of the problems between police and community. That's really what is driving this conversation. A spirit of wanting to dominate someone. It's not helpful. It has gotten us into the problem that we're in now. And it would be my hope that the president would just stop it and not really comment unless he can comment in a constructive way.
What would be your advice, Mr. Attorney General, if he were to reach out to your state, depending on your reading of the Insurrection Act of 1807, used very rarely, as you know, I don't have to tell you, was used after Rodney King with the riots in L.A. Do you think your state would accept that kind of help from the federal government? Would they want the military present?
I would not offer comment on that unless I talk to our governor, who is, doing, I think, an excellent job in trying to exercise restraint and restore public order. It's a very delicate balance, as you know, and it's not easy. He thinks it's easy because he's never actually had to do it, and he's never taken responsibility for his consequences of his actions. But our governor is doing that. I'm working closely with him to try to do all we can to restore public order and make sure we preserve people's First Amendment right to grieve and to raise their voices about what is clearly a historic and widespread problem, which is excessive force by police.
Do you believe that the people from the communities who are protesting are getting a little bit of a bad name for some of the violence and the looting and the destructiveness that is going on in some of these situations that is actually perpetrated or fomented by outside groups?
Well, I can assure you that the overwhelming number of people absolutely are there to raise the noble cause of liberty and justice for all, respect by law enforcement for all, racial justice and equality. That's why folks are out there, and they're a multiracial, multi-ethnic group. Now, I have seen evidence of people who don't seem to have any connection with the protests. They're not wearing T-shirts. They're not wearing flags. They don't have chants that they're using, and they're going out between 1 and 3 o'clock in the morning and they're committing acts of arson and vandalism. Now, that is happening. Some of the protesters have actually confronted them and photographed them doing it, and it's available. And I think that these folks are doing this to tarnish the reputation and the image of the protests. And I think that they want to create in the public mind the idea that this is all a bunch of bad folks, but it's not true. The people who are raising their voices are trying to make this a better country, and I would just urge them to protect their protests. Take pictures of people who are doing things that are going to divert the protests from what's real and legitimate and true aim.
The president is going out of his way to make the point that these are left-wing organizations.
The play for him is clear. He says, I don't see any right-wing organizations. He's basically ascribing ownership of fringe political movements to the Democrats and Republican Party and saying, in this case, it's all your team, Mr. Attorney General. These are Democrat-affiliated groups doing all this destruction because you want to destroy America.
There's no factual basis to that. That is a political comment. It's not a factual comment, certainly not based on any investigation I've seen.
All right, now to the investigations that you are looking at right now. A big part of the frustration was the time between what was seen and evident as, textbook probable cause in the videotape of the alleged murder and apparent murder of George Floyd, but no arrest. And as you know, the communities that you're responsible for are filled with young black men who've been arrested on probable cause when there were no charges anywhere near ready to be filed, but not with these officers. That is now an outstanding question with the other 3 officers. Do you expect them to be at least arrested on probable cause?
Well, let me tell you this. I got this case last night, right about this time. I've spent the last 24 hours reviewing evidence in this matter, which I cannot ethically comment on as a prosecutor. And I can assure you, we are taking a fresh look, and we plan to hold everyone accountable who is legally culpable. And that is what we're going to do. I am committed to equal justice for all, no special treatment for any, without fear or favor. That's what I have to do as a prosecutor. And so while I'm not ready to announce anything on the show tonight, Chris, I want to assure everybody that we are looking very carefully at holding everybody accountable who failed to do their duty and fell below the legal requirements of their position or did something affirmatively that would be in violation of the law. Already these people have been fired. I know that is not enough to restore faith, but what we're doing is looking at the charges, looking at the behavior, and when we are ready, and that won't be long from now, we plan on taking the proper and deliberate action.
The community, and really, not to make it too heavy for you, Keith, but the country is waiting to see what happens, and more importantly, how it is explained. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison will be watching. You always have this show as a platform to make your case to the American people.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, God bless, and good luck going forward.
You too, sir.
All right. Change. All right, that is supposed to be the point of protest, that we have been here too many times. But as I was just talking with the AG, and he told you he saw proof, and I've heard this now from leaders in every community, okay? The overwhelming is what you're seeing. People who are angry and have taken to the streets, who are hurt and have taken to the streets. They are not all agitators, but there are agitators among them, okay? So what do we do with that? The majority are voices that need to be heard. And look, let's look at our country's own history, okay? If you don't get loud and you don't get in the face of government, things do not change in this country. So what is the path forward? Senator Kamala Harris is focused on exactly that. Her take on where the president is taking us and where this country needs to go. Next.
At K-12's Destinations Career Academy, I'm one of a growing number of high school students preparing for a great future.
Destinations is tuition-free,
online and in person, a place where I can get a traditional education with state-certified teachers
and take electives to explore fields I'm interested in. With Destinations, I'm ready for college, career, or maybe a little bit of both.
These schools may not be for everyone, but they're here for anyone.
I'm one. Are you one too?
Destinations Career Academy's education for anyone.
Let's be honest, quitting smoking is hard. Like quitting every Monday hard. Quitting feels so big. So try making it smaller, and you'll be surprised at how easily starting small can lead to something big. Start stopping with Nicorette.
Buy the Baxter bag for your next cleanup. Fill it with up to 3,300 pounds of household debris. Schedule collection from Waste Management, and we'll pick it up whenever you're ready. The Baxter bag. Buy, fill, gone.
I'm nervous. Let's see how this goes.
Hey!
Somebody met you.
I want to show you my balcony too.
Oh, it's so pretty.
Really fry up the outsides of it.
Here's to starting something great. Match.
Hey, Lily from AT&T here. I'm back, and while most stores are open, I'm working from home and here to help. Here's a tip. Get half off the amazing iPhone 11 on AT&T, America's fastest network for iPhones. Second tip.
Intel portable.
Multiple people breaking into Foot Locker.
Not good. We have a robbery at 14th Street right now. So again, this is just going to develop very fast.
For launch transport of 44 and 5th Avenue in regards to the 85 that was over here.
Transport, they've been notified. Can you advise how many you have under?
About 8 under right here.
Alright, transport. Need a wagon to 4, 4 and 5 to 8 under. 4, 4 and 5.
What's up, Brooklyn North Inspector.
Brooklyn North Inspector.
I'm going to get a camera for this area.
Brooklyn North Inspector.
St. John.
Okay, looks quiet right now, so I'm not seeing anything on the camera. Oh, never mind, I see police lights. Is there a crowd gathering at 5th and 57th by Trump?
By Trump Tower.
Let's see if anybody's gathering by the Trump building. Okay. NYPD was in that area.
Move response forward. The block of the precinct. Hold of the precinct. Police move. 14th Street.
Now, where is the Foot Locker on 14th? Can anybody tell me where it is? Because I'll try to look it up right now.
SRG Mobile Field Force Essential.
SRG Mobile Field Force.
Field Force Lieutenant. We're going to have Force Sergeant Drive. Let me go over there.
Mobile Field Force Lieutenant. Can I have your message?
There we go. We can finally cooperate.
5-3 on 5. Essential. Inspector Lance Essential.
Inspector Lance.
Let me have my mobile.
Oh no, this is by Union Square Park. I know exactly where this is.
Alright, that's for the Brooklyn Museum job?
That's affirmative.
Alright, task force need additional units to St. John's and Washington Mobile Team Force. St. John's and Washington.
Union 2-3 Central is about 500 people unescorted at Lincoln Plaza and Washington Avenue.
Okay, broken glass near Union Square. That's what Jason Anthony is saying in the chat right now. Broken glass in the area around Union Square. Because we heard that the Foot Locker at 34 East 14th Street was vandalized. There we go. We are reconnected. Let's just make sure that we can...
Yeah, OBS is having issues.
Reload our page. Alright, so we were just listening into the scanner. And, yeah, just lost the chat. So I'm going to have to find a way to figure out how I can get the chat Okay, Channel 7 has sent me a notification on my phone. I'll try to look and see if I can find it. Must be... Yes, okay, reports of looting at... reports of looting at luxury stores across Manhattan as protests enter fifth... Okay. Oh no. Oh no. I'm finding out from friends in Long Island that the situation in Mineola may have turned south. I'm hoping not. I'm praying that didn't happen that way. So again, we were just listening to the scanner, and as you can see here, the Foot Locker. Okay, we're trying to see if we can connect to the live chat. I don't think I'll be able to at the moment. Okay, my internet's not cooperating. Okay, I'm not getting anything right now. So, bear with me, because I am not being able to connect to anything right now. We lost my extender feed, which is not good, because that's how I connect upstairs to my room, so just bear with me.
Yes, they're in the area.
Yes, they're in the area of Union Square right now.
Because I know
Barnes and Noble is on 17th Street.
The big
3-floor Barnes and Noble in the Union Square area.
Seems Matt wants to say something.
Matt, do you want to say something?
In regards to the booster that was used for the...
Oh, that's not important.
Oh, that's not important right
now.
now. Do apologize.
Okay,
Jason has sent me an attachment
from Community Board
11 in the Bronx.
Sad to report that
looting is happening on Fordham Road right now. I'm gonna ask Jason if it's by the plaza.
Jason, is it anywhere
near Arthur Avenue
or anywhere near
Fordham University?
Oh no, Andy, it's near the 4 and D train stations on Fordham Road. That's why we have 4 and D trains bypassing Fordham Road in both directions.
One thing's for sure, you're not messing around with
the real Little Italy. That's a community that's tight knit.
Right, I was there last summer.
So trust me.
Sad to hear that
the
Foot Locker got looted tonight.
In
Union Square.
Other businesses were
destroyed in the past
24 hours in
Greenwich Village
and in Soho.
Can we get a camera right now?
Of Union Square.
Okay.
Looks like it looks quiet right now. At the moment.
So
Here's Jason right now.
Here's Jason right now.
Near the 4 and D train stations on Fordham Road. That's why we're having 4 and D trains bypassing Fordham Road in both directions.
Oh, okay. So Jason gave a very elaborate answer.
I know that area very well. So if we're talking about the D train station,
that is the area
around Grand Concourse.
And we're going to see if we can get a camera up there in the Bronx right now,
because that looks like to be a
huge cause of
concern right now in the Bronx.
Huge cause of concern.
Huge cause of concern. So we'll try to get you a camera feed of the Bronx to see what is going on over there right now. The bottom line is, okay, I have my extender back. So we'll try to reconnect to my extender. Just
hang on, they'll be.
Okay,
we're back.
Let's just make sure my YouTube widget is still showing something here.
Yeah, because if you have this color,
that's a good sign.
Whoa.
Whoa. We don't want that.
Trying to get my comment board back
so I can read your comments.
Hang on, okay, we're back. There we go. We're good.
There we go. We're good.
Just gonna put the chat
back up on my tablet.
CNN is live at
Broadway and 13th right now. Okay, thank you, Jason. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so let's try to
get you an idea of this area around Fordham.
That's the Metro North Station
along the Harlem and the New Haven line. We went there last summer for our Summit series, which again, highly recommended. Please check that out if you can, because that was a
very good summit.
Last year. We'll admit that.
Okay,
so
let's gonna get you on
camera. Fordham Road at Grand Concourse right now. Can we get a camera?
Looks like the situation over there is not good right now.
We have police
activity in the area
of Fordham Road and Grand Concourse right now. In the Bronx.
Just hope they're not going into
Inwood, because that would be
this
area over here.
Broadway and West
13th. CNN was just reporting from right now.
Okay.
I'm not getting my scanner right now, so let's get the scanner feedback on.
So once again,
curfew is expected to go on at 11 p.m. Eastern for the city of New York. Once again, all 5 boroughs will be under a mandatory curfew. Broadway and 13th, Jason said.
The nearest camera is
No. CNN has their information wrong. Once you go south of 14th Street, that's University Place. That's University Place. Once again, someone please keep me posted if you hear anything in Long Island.
I'm gonna I'm gonna talk to Laura. Yeah, she lives in the area, so I'll just text her. I'll also try to get Pine Power online, see if he's hearing anything. Because where he is in Mineola, he is by Willis Avenue. Laura lives right by the Roosevelt building. So I'll try to see if I can get an answer from somebody in Mineola. Because I'm hoping that Long Island's not seeing anything the city is seeing right now. I'm praying not.
Thank you, Concha, for letting us this know. We have access to the Roosevelt Fillmore has been closed. So as a result, the N15, N16, and 22, 24, 27, 35, and N43 will bypass the mall.
Hang on, folks. Hang on. So again, we will be joining WPIX at 10 o'clock for live coverage.
Eastern Parkway, Newark Ave.
So we're now going to listen into Chopper 4 right now. Protest has taken over Utica Avenue in Brooklyn.
I think on the time at 21:48 hours, 21:48. Engage for an escape. Cheery on the air. Madison for an injured perp. 4-6 on Madison for injured perp. 10-4 laceration in the arm. 10-4 laceration in the arm. 10-4 rest. Lieutenant Stiffy. Yeah, Chief on the air. Going to take that caller. I'm at 5-5 at Madison. Where you at? 3-5 down Atlantic. Additional 34 from what, K? 4th West. Alright, 10-4. Let me get additional 3-4-5-6-7. Let me get additional to that location. Additional left foot locker. Have an available unit? Report for that.
4-4-5-4-3-4-5-6. I'm going to try to see if
I'm gonna try to see if any DC affiliates are showing anything right now. Yeah, nothing in DC right now.
Yeah, WJLA.
Yeah, WJLA is not preempting programming.
Check Fox 5 DC.
Let me check Fox 5 DC.
They have their regular news.
They have their regular newscast in 10 minutes anyway.
Canadian. What about NBC?
And what about NBC 4 DC?
There was a little minor accident.
Okay, breaking news.
Okay, breaking news. Breaking news from WABC.
Curfew will start
at 8 p.m. This just in from WABC. They just sent me a notification. Okay, update from Nice Bus. N15, N16, N22, N24, N27, N35, and N43
Those curfews at 8.
Are going to be bypassing
Roosevelt Field Mall. So again, following routes in Nassau County.
in Long Island.
N15, N16, N22, N24, N27, N35, and N43. There's a circulator report going around that a large crowd may be gathering in the parking lot of Roosevelt Field. I cannot independently confirm this. It's just circulating around Twitter right now. Oh, Matt. Here's you, man.
Let me get additional units for Astor, Broadway, at the wine store. Breaking into the location, all breaking into the location to 3-4.
Look at this. Somebody's on a van on Utica Avenue in Brooklyn.
They are on top of a roof.
They are on top of a roof.
10-4, red direct. 10-4, red direct.
We're just watching CNN. And I'm seeing Chicago right now. Large crowds are gathering in Chicago. Let me check MSNBC. And MSNBC's in commercial. So 1010 Wins is saying the mayor of New York City said curfew from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. tomorrow. Okay, we're getting numerous reports. Situation in Chicago is developing into a very, very dangerous situation. Potential situation in Chicago. I'm keeping an eye on Yep, that's a live look at the Barclays Center right now. Crowd has gathered at Barclays Center.
Looks like we're having a little sit-in here out front. Maybe a couple dozen people, but it's quiet otherwise.
Get you a quick shot of this.
Get you a quick shot of this.
Wait a minute, Andy.
What I'm gonna do, I'm
gonna check local and see if WGN is preempting regular programming in Chicago. Check Chicago.
10-5 to Saratoga, Fulton, Brooklyn. Right.
Right.
Can't get Chicago on right now. Now I can get Chicago on.
Special operations essential.
Stay aware there's some choice words on the ground there.
No further units over here. The first one. No additional units to the Foot Locker on foot. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. No additional units to Foot Locker. No additional units to Foot Locker. 9 Steel Central. 9 Steel Razor? 9 Steel.
Oh, it's probably just aerial.
Oh, it's probably just aerial shots because
it won't be until
it won't be until
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock we'll get an affiliate from Chicago anyway. But the CNN was showing Chicago, Fox was showing Chicago, MSNBC was in commercial. Okay, what about WBBM? They preempted.
Desk all set there?
What's the location?
Oh, check.
Where are you? You know what area? What's your location? Where are you? Where are you? What I saw.
Officer injured.
Officer injured. 33rd and Broadway. Injuries to the head.
At
Herald Square.
This is
succeeded by Barry Bromgard.
Yes, Donna, that was the
Yes, Donna, that was the Barclays Center. Yes, that was the Barclays Center.
I'm reading your comments
right now using my tablet. I have my Amazon tablet with me right here.
That's how I'm able to read your comments.
That's how I'm able to read your comments.
What's your location for the email?
You guys CP. 46 Street's on the 46 Street's on the no further on Astor. No further on Astor. One car. Thank you, go. If that leaves the boss, Astor Blue, 1091 to interacted. 1091 to interacted.
Where are you, okay? Email unit putting over email. What's your location, okay?
Alright, so we're going to
join into WPIX shortly, which is the CW affiliate in New York. They have a nightly newscast. We're going to go to Lowcast and take a look and get you a... Let's try to get... Yes.
Alright, 4 in the additional 9. 4 in the additional 9. Alright, so take it on the top of the 9 at 21. Top of the 9 at 21. 2158.
Detail Portable Central. 49 Broadway.
Let's listen into the Pix 11.
U.S. military nonviolent protests. As New York City and the country remain roiled in chaos as protests rage for the fifth straight night over the death of George Floyd at the hands of Minneapolis police. The Pix 11 News starts in 60 seconds.
Feel like getting back out there? Nissan is ready to help you. Kick off summer with a low $149 per month lease on the 2020 Nissan Sentra.
My brother David has special needs, and he is very special to me. Seeing him overcome so many challenges has inspired me to empower others. As a consumer protection regulator and federal prosecutor, I fought for everyone's right to pursue their American dream. In Congress, I'll do the same for you. I'll continue my fight against bullies, gun violence, and environmental destruction, and ensure that everyone has quality, affordable health care. It's time we come together to get things done. I'm Adam Schleifer, through this message.
Feel like getting back out there? Nissan is ready to help you. Kick off summer with a low $149 per month lease on the 2020 Nissan Sentra.
If the city or state refuses to take the actions that are necessary to defend the life and property of their residents, then I will deploy the United States military and quickly solve the problem for them.
First at 10 tonight, Trump declares himself the president of law and order, promising to mobilize the military to end nationwide looting. He made those remarks as peaceful protesters just outside the White House gates were dispersed with tear gas, flashbangs, and rubber bullets. The scene cleared so the president could visit a nearby church. Thanks for being with us on this Monday night. I'm Tamsin Fidel.
I'm Corey Chambers. It really is a surreal moment during a time that is filled with surreal moments. In fact, as you join us tonight, we are less than an hour away from a curfew here in New York City. It comes on the fifth day of what have been peaceful protests that have been marred by some acts of violence when the sun goes down in New York City. We're watching to see what happens tonight with team coverage.
That's right. We are on the ground in Brooklyn and Manhattan as demonstrations continue. This is a live look right now from outside of the Barclays Center there, where we've seen protesters there. I'm Tamsin Fidel.
I'm Tamsin Fidel.
I'm Corey Chambers. It really is a surreal moment during a time that has been filled with surreal moments. In fact, as you join us tonight, we are less than an hour away from a curfew here in New York City. It comes on a fifth day of what have been peaceful protests that have been marred by some acts of violence when the sun goes down in New York City. We're watching to see what happens tonight with team coverage.
That's right. We are on the ground in Brooklyn and Manhattan as demonstrations continue. This is a live look right now from outside of Barclays Center there, where we've seen protesters there on the ground lighting candles. Just a very peaceful night.
Yes, we are hoping it stays that way, and also we want to get to Shirley Chan as well, because she has the latest from Washington, and I mentioned the term surreal. I mean, really a pretty big threat was made by the president today, Shirley.
Yeah, Tamsin and Corey, all weekend there has been silence from the White House, all while riots and protests rage against across the nation. And then this evening, we finally heard from the president. Take a look right now. We've got some live pictures now coming out of Washington, D.C. Protests there, a similar scene all across the country as this national outrage continues. Now, the president only spoke for 6 minutes, but it wasn't the length of time he spoke for. It was what he said that stunned many across the country.
If a city or state refuses to take the actions that are necessary to defend the life and property of their residents, then I will deploy the United States military and quickly solve the problem for them.
Calling himself the law and order president and telling Americans he is mobilizing heavily armed military, President Trump spoke from the Rose Garden. At the same moment, National Guard troops used tear
Right, we're having technical difficulties with Andy's randomness feed.
Guys, what a difference tonight. One night. What a difference one night makes. Just take a look. There's a peaceful gathering happening right behind me, a candlelight vigil in memory of George Floyd. Now, let me explain to you what is currently happening at this moment. Just about an hour ago, and we have video of this, about 2,000 protesters were marching right through here, the Barclays Center. What is happening right now is that they are marching through the streets of Brooklyn, and they come back around to the Barclays Center. That is why we see peaceful moments, and then we see some chaos that also arrives here at the Barclays Center. Now, we just learned within the past 15, 20 minutes that public advocate Jumaane Williams is going to hold a press conference here at 11:01 p.m. That is significant, of course, because the curfew is set to go on at 11. At the Barclays Center, chaotic scenes and arrests quickly turns peaceful.
Okay, looks like we're not going to be able to get WPIX back. So, what I can do right now is try to watch on my TV at the moment and tell you what this... Because right now I'm getting low bandwidth, and...
From the African American community and from the police community. Hundreds continue to gather here, a place that has been the scene of violent clashes between police and protesters. An end to those clashes seems nowhere in sight.
It'll be fair when the boys in blue take responsibility for their actions and be prosecuted and get the same justice that they got the green light.
Yeah, I got the green light.
Brooklyn protesters took to the streets in Bay Ridge, Crown Heights, and Brooklyn Borough Hall, where hundreds held banners and flags. And now, after last night's looting, burning, and anger, it seems New York City is bracing for yet another night.
It all boils down to, racism, pure racism.
So let's start on that. And just in the past couple of minutes, I don't know if you can hear it in the background, but we certainly hear it. That's the chanting of no justice, no peace. And this is the group that I was talking about, of about 2,000 New Yorkers, or about 2,000 protesters that are marching through the streets of Brooklyn at this moment. And they've just arrived once again here at the Barclays Center. As I mentioned, so far we've seen a lot of peaceful gatherings. We haven't seen what we saw last night, but as you can imagine, everyone is on edge. We are waiting to see what is going to happen. Of course, we're going to monitor this crowd that is just now arriving here at the Barclays Center, and we'll come back to you if anything significant develops. And of course, we have that press conference that takes place later on at 11:01 p.m. Live in Brooklyn. I'm Cristian Benavides, Pixel News.
And I think if anything's clear from last night, Rashawn, is that things can change very quickly.
It's Christian, Corey, not Christian.
Going dark tonight to recognize the killing of George Floyd, calling for an end to injustice. And again, these calls there are growing across the country.
All right, and of course we are watching what is going on across the country. Take a look at these pictures from Chicago. Looting continues today with some of the protesters taking things too far. Aerial footage showing some of the damage in the city there, and police officers at various locations, all coming after one of the most violent weekends in that city's history, with more than 80 people shot and nearly 20 of them killed. All right, back here in the city, there are concerns about another night of violence.
Yeah, local leaders are warning that peaceful protesters to say, look, there's these agitators that are hijacking your cause. Big 78 out continues their coverage tonight live in Midtown with what do you see in there, Jay?
Corey, actors, distractors, and bad actors. So, we've got a lot of things happening tonight, and we wanted to focus on the message that was being amplified by the organizers of the protest during the day. But as we've seen, as soon as the sun goes down, things change. And what we've been witnessing all evening are bands of teenagers, young men in their early 20s of all colors, weaving their way throughout Manhattan. And we're here just 2 blocks south of Union Square. About 2 hours ago, about 100 people were running in and out of this store on the corner here at, East 13th and Broadway, just a block south of Union Square, looting. They did the same thing to a corner store down there. And we've been talking to the organizers of the protests.
Oops, it looks like it's us.
Anyone who would engage in this kind of behavior, anyone who would engage in violent clashes with the police, looting of stores and personal property, that they are not on the same page with those people.
Okay, looks like we're back. The Wi-Fi went out again. Very unfortunate that keeps happening. But
out of my control when you have
internet connection that just doesn't want to cooperate. So
just saw on
Pix 11. Businesses were destroyed on 13th Broadway. Out of my control when you have internet connection that just doesn't want to.
Alright, Jason's
saying public advocate Humani Williams will be speaking at 11:01 p.m. tonight.
There's a big group
at the Barclays Center right now, east of Flatbush. Okay.
Barclays and Atlantic is
close east of Flatbush Avenue right now. Okay.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
You're welcome.
And I just want to mention something
very scary
regarding a citywide
protest.
And I was tweeting
this out on LTE during brief pause.
Beth Frittberg
from WNYC Radio tweeted the last time the city of New York had a citywide curfew. 1943.
That's how far back it goes.
It says white police officers shooting a black soldier. Okay.
Folks, I'm very sorry.
I'm going to be retweeting this, and I'll try to show you this in a second.
The Fox affiliate
in Los Angeles
showed a
black family getting detained on live TV from Fox 11 in LA. So
I'll see what happens.
If I can get the video.
The time is 10.
Folks, I hate to report
this. The rumored tweet I saw earlier. I was going way too fast on Twitter to look at that tweet. Folks, I hate to say it.
Just got a report.
I'm not going to say who the source is. Roosevelt Field Mall is getting looted. We're going to tune in to Nassau County Police Department radio and see if we can get a report from them right now.
Not going to be able to get you
a camera. Ooh, folks.
Internet Page Network
just said
large protest
in front of the Nassau County building. This was earlier. I don't hear anything regarding.
Hopefully, I can get something from the
Nassau County Police Department.
boy.
We got a video feed. We got a video feed of what's going on Long Island. Our contributor, Jason Anthony, just shared a video on Twitter.
So, please follow me on Twitter.
Andy's Randomness. I'm on Facebook. Andy's Randomness. Instagram. Andy's Randomness.
If you DM me something,
I'll try to put it in my story.
I'm gonna keep social media
updated as much as I can tonight, because
this is getting out of control.
Very alarming.
Very alarming. I just heard from an anonymous source who just texted me on Facebook. On my private Facebook right now. Not my public one, my private one.
It's a personal friend of mine.
It's a personal friend of mine who
just texted me this information.
Nassau County. So
that rumored
report earlier of
protest at
Roosevelt Field Mall, unfortunately, ended up to be true right now.
Whoops.
It's about that. It's about that.
I don't hear anything on the
Nassau County Police Department radio right now.
Which is very alarming.
Which
again, the city has
more activity than Nassau does.
Yes, there's 171 people listening
to the Nassau County one. So.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just got word.
People are saying, man, the Bronx is going crazy tonight by the concourse.
Bronx is going crazy.
Hate to say it.
Yes, the Nordstrom
did get looted at Columbus Circle tonight.
Let's see if we could tune into News 12. Long Island. But we're gonna do it in our phone. To see if we have any report from Roosevelt Field Mall. Nope, it looks like
That's why
I'm hearing this.
Okay, update.
Protester gathering in Hollywood, California right now.
We saw earlier
protest was gathering in Anaheim. So.
Try to see if we can get
anything from Roosevelt Field.
Yeah, I know.
I know,
Andy. It's just an
awful situation.
With the looting.
I know.
We'll go on Snapchat.
And see if we can get the map.
maybe we can get
something on Snapchat and see if people are protesting it online. But
let's see if Matt Camper has
any details.
Okay, thankfully no activity
in Mineola, according to
my friend Laura.
So that's good news. There is
no protest gathering in her vicinity around Old Country Road right now.
So
Laura, if you are watching,
if you hear anything in your neck of the woods around Old Country Road, please keep me and everyone posted.
Because we are getting
reports that the Roosevelt Field Mall.
Hang on.
Thought that was
Okay, so looks like we have
video from Mineola earlier today.
We can pull it up.
Oops, sorry folks. Should have put the display on.
Let's see what I can do.
Okay, let's see what I can do.
Now you can see my screen.
Now you can see my screen. Okay, good.
This is from earlier today.
November is around the corner. We can do so much if we pay attention to what's happening with our local politics. We gotta, like Pat said, we gotta pay attention.
So again, this is from
the
earlier today at the Roosevelt Building on Franklin Avenue.
We need each and every one of you to stand up and be a voice for Black lives. We're making things up. That is our fault. Are you going to sit there and watch your cousin say that again?
We're trying to do it peacefully for war's inevitable. We don't want
Stand up, fight back! Stand up, fight back! Stand up, fight back!
Hang on a second, folks. I thought I heard something from Nassau County Police Department radio. Do you have anybody available?
We have.
All right, let's see what is trending in Snapchat. And we're gonna start west, east. This is in Santa Rosa, California, 6 minutes ago. A very peaceful protest over there. Let's go south. LA.
Fucking losers!
Sorry for that F word. Sorry for that F word.
Fucker
Sorry for the
losers!
F word. Alright, let's go east. To where my mentor is at. Let's see Dallas Fort Worth. This is in Houston, Now Dallas, Texas. Alright, let's go. Let's see if something is going on where my mentor, Luis Gerardo Nunez, is in Houston, Texas. Nope. Let's go a little bit west. San Antonio. Let's see what's going on in San Antonio. Nope, nothing's going on. Let's go to Austin. Nope. Alright. Let's go north. Minneapolis. The epicenter of everything. By zooming a little bit more. Nope, we don't want to see that. No way. Let's see if we could zoom in a little bit more. Nope. Nope.
Get it cracked.
Nope. Nope. It's in
Lady across the street had a seizure military pull up. Crazy.
That's in Minneapolis.
Lady just fell out, had to see.
Burn out, cut out, cut it out. Yeah, loss of Campbell still standing. Building. Shaw Lake, liberal bins, chicken place, crackers.
Alright, let's go east. To Chicago. Let's see what we got in Chicago. Nope. No, we don't need those states. Nope. Nope. Right, nothing much in Chicago. Let's go to Atlanta. See what's going on over there in Atlanta. Nope. 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 Nope.
Let's go.
What the hell, Snapchat?
We got skilled over here.
You look.
Right, pretty much in Atlanta, Georgia. Well, we have our fellow contributor Andy Quinto send us a tweet from Jorge Ramos. He dice en español. But we're gonna do the proper translation into English. CNN reports that Trump was angry when he learned that he was hidden into a bunker at the White House on Friday, and that's why he decided to disperse Pacific protesters with tear gas, rubber bullets, to take a selfie, or in other words, a picture, with the Bible in front of a church. So let's continue our adventure on the Snapchat map. Let's go to DC. Let's see what we got in DC.
Kira.
Nope, we don't need food. Yeah, we have to like tilt our heads. Oh, really? Do I need to tilt my head to the right to see this? Nope. Nope. Alright, let's go north. Let's see if something's going on in Philadelphia.
Oh my god. Y'all don't run from the cop. CBS. If there's anyone in there, they're in big trouble. Oh my god.
Let's skip New York for a minute. We're gonna go north. To Boston. Nope, let's go south. Along the I-95 corridor. And let's start off in the Bronx.
está acabando.
Let's go into Manhattan. Let's start Times Square. Fifth Avenue, 53rd Street. Let's go Union Square.
Like I said, I want to know why their badge numbers are covered. Why are their badge numbers covered? If they're doing nothing wrong, why are badge numbers already covered? Why?
And as a reminder, folks, in the next 21 minutes, night one of curfew will start in New York City. All right, from Union Square, we go to Washington Square Park.
Be safe.
Thank you.
You too. It's so stupid. What's wrong with you, bro?
Stuff is heating up.
Let's go south. We're not gonna go to Houston Street. Here's the Brooklyn Bridge. Alright, let's cross the bridge. And let's go here, the Barclays. Let's see what's going on in the Barclays Center. Very quiet there tonight in comparison to the past 2 nights.
I'm late. But who cares, right?
All right, it's 10:42. It's 18 minutes towards curfew. Let's return to our fellow computer, Andy's Randomness, who is tuning in into KNBC feed from LA.
Yeah, I think the doors are barricaded. Yeah, I think the doors are barricaded. Thank you, Jamie. Yeah, it's barricaded with. Yeah, it's barricaded with pallets, but I'm not sure. Pallets, but I'm not sure if the store did that to protect the store, or the looters did that. Or if the looters did that. They were already there. Okay, cool. They were already there. Okay, cool. Thank you, Stephanie.
It is 10:43.
Perfect.
Things go as far as chaotic versus calm. It looks like as we watch now, we're in a calm moment. Of course, we're also about 7 minutes away from the curfew.
Wow, look at this.
Interesting fact of the curfew. The last time New York City was in a curfew was back in 1943. Let's see what we got on Twitter. One notification we have received in the past few minutes from our fellow contributors. Andy Quinto sent us a tweet from City Bike. He's temporarily City Bike is temporarily shutting down tonight and restoring as soon as curfew is lifted at 5 a.m. Tomorrow morning.
The FDA is now testing these dispensers. They're operated by foot. Yeah, we gotta do what we gotta do. Trains, buses, and stations are being cleaned and disinfected at least daily. That will continue. The MTA is staying in touch with other transit agencies. The Toronto system has had sanitizer stations since April. It's already popular.
We have technicians out here that be checking it a couple times a day to see how much each train station is using so that it'll be available for everybody.
Transit officials are still coordinating reopening plans with the city and state, asking businesses to stagger work hours.
I would like for them to have a better train schedule. We definitely need more trains, and we definitely need some backup. The more the delay, the more hectic it get, the more chaotic it gets. And we cannot afford that right now, especially coming out of pandemic.
The essential travel plan, that schedule we have become accustomed to with the nighttime shutdowns between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m., that stays in effect. The next big change, more people, could be June 8th when New York City is expected to enter phase 1 of reopening. At Delancey, Essex Street, Greg Mock, Pix 11 News.
All right, let's return to Andy's randomness video feed from LA. The time is 10:46. Oh my bad.
Cox.
The airship's going there now.
The airship's going there now.
It's like kind of like Highland.
It's like kind of like Highland and Santa Monica.
Check.
Yeah, they all climbed in there. They're checking to see if there's anyone else in there.
We hear a following
though, but we know that the booth is about to use our shot for a tease. So
other bailing, never mind.
Other bailing, never mind. It's over.
Oh, 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah, 30 seconds.
Okay, we've lost KNBC's video in Los Angeles.
Reconnect with them.
Trying to reconnect with them.
In just a second.
Just a second.
So, just
a quick reminder that New York City curfew
for Manhattan,
Brooklyn,
Bronx, Queens, Staten Island
goes into effect at 11 p.m. Eastern.
So I want to mention that the curfew for tomorrow night begins at 8 p.m. Eastern. So I will bring that up. Very quickly. So can we reestablish KNBC right now? All right, there we go.
Right here.
Right here. Almost.
They were waiting till they put their
helmets to make the call-outs.
And for all of you watching us online,
we're at Eleanor and Gower. You're in the Hollywood area.
This is a traffic stop in progress,
and there's the driver there, actually. I couldn't see him behind the tree, but we see him now. This vehicle was seen in a few areas where there was some looting taking place, so the LAPD went ahead and pulled the person over. The person pulled over without incident, so this suspect now going into police custody for looting. But now we're going to move over, and we're going to try to find that large crowd of protesters that we were monitoring before. I believe they're going to be somewhere to our west, so we're going to go take a quick peek and try to find them.
Let's see, where are...
Once again, we keep losing our established feed with
NBC LA.
NBC LA.
So I'll try to.
I think I have an idea. On how we're going to get
LA affiliate back on.
LA affiliate back on right now.
I have an idea.
I have an idea. We'll try to fix this.
Hang on a second.
Hang on a second, folks. We're
going to try to reestablish.
We're going to try to reestablish the feed with
Hang on a second.
Hang on a second. Hang on.
Hang on.
Hang on. There we go. There. Type in something quickly here.
About what's happening systematically in this country.
So let's go ahead and check in with Jay Dow. Hi, Jay.
So this is where we're ending our night here just south of
There we go.
There we go.
Go to an incognito window.
Go to an incognito window and then set it up.
Actually, no. I got
a better idea.
There may be other kinds of clashes, violent clashes with the police here and there, but it's a distraction if you ask a lot of people, especially the organizers of the protests, who want to
try to get LA.
Try to get LA on.
7 minutes towards the beginning of curfew in New York City.
Here we go.
Okay, here we go.
Try to get
KMBC on right now.
If there's news, if things shift,
it's only on YouTube. Okay, it's only on YouTube.
So why are we having
an issue with KABC?
They are running from something. Let's see if we can
make contact with
Eliana again. Eliana, can you hear us?
I can, Chuck and Colleen. Okay. We're right at Sunset and Laurel, where it looks like some officers, or deputies rather, from the LA County Sheriff's Department are moving in, and perhaps one of them threw some sort of a smoke bomb, and that's what got everyone running. So they're all running back towards the intersection of Sunset and Laurel. This is the group of protesters that we've really been following now for the last few hours. They started marching from Crescent and Sunset. They eventually ended up in the Hollywood and Highland area before continuing to make their way through the streets of Hollywood. And now I believe technically we would be in the West Hollywood area. And they have been peacefully protesting most of the time. They're really not associated with any looting that has taken place. But, oh, there we go. That individual there just went down. It's unclear exactly why. Nobody pushed him. He just kind of fell there in the middle of the street. Again, this is going to be Sunset and Laurel. And as you can see, deputies from the LA County Sheriff's Department moving in.
Yeah, you wonder if they're armed with rubber bullets there as we continue to watch this. Something else that we saw, and we've seen it a couple of times in the past couple of days, that was very unusual. Ileana, I believe you were over that drugstore. I'm not sure whether it was a Rite Aid or a CVS, but there was one broken window there, and there were a couple of protesters, I'd say maybe half a dozen or so, who were trying to keep looters away. As we look at this situation, can you remind us what that looked like?
Yeah, it was actually Gil Levis who was over that earlier, but I was watching his shots, and we know that the people who are out here peacefully protesting want to keep the focus on that. They want to keep the focus on their protest, on calling for justice in the death of George Floyd. So when they saw that people were taking advantage of the fact that they're out here trying to have their voices heard, and then were looting and were disguising themselves as being part of this peaceful group, they didn't want to have anything to do with it. They were asking them to please not loot the area. We also saw something very similar yesterday at the Pike outlets in Long Beach, where the good guys were trying to keep the looters from hurting their overall message. But unfortunately, they can only do so much. They can only hold back the people who are really opportunists, rather, for lack of a better word, who are out here trying to take advantage of this situation.
Are they appearing to leave the area?
Yeah, it looks like they're actually U-turning. They're leaving the area back in the direction that they came. That was really interesting, though, I gotta say, because they got out of their vehicles. They, as you mentioned, Colleen, it looks like they perhaps fired a few rubber bullets, and now they're heading back towards the east. So this is going to put them closer to Hayward and Sunset, and it looks like they may actually be, yeah, they're going to continue eastbound. So they're going to go eastbound on Sunset Boulevard. We'll see if they get out of their cars again. Perhaps they just want to position themselves further to the east, but that was rather interesting.
Okay, folks, I'm sorry to interrupt.
I just received word from the New York Post. And I am sorry I have to report this. That the Microsoft store on 5th Avenue and 53rd Street has been looted. Repeat, the Microsoft store, West 53rd Street,
and 5th Avenue
in Midtown Manhattan has been looted.
So I am very sorry I have to report that,
but it just came in from the New York Post. They just posted this.
They just gave me a notification.
They just gave me a notification on their app.
So we're gonna join into WABC
in just a second.
I just want to mention. This was very alarming.
This was very alarming to even take a look at, but I'll retweet this picture.
Update from the
Roosevelt Field Mall.
There are no protesters. Right now.
At the main entrance along Old Country Road in Garden City.
Right now we are receiving
a word
that more out-of-state plates
are being spotted as usual.
So again, as you can see here,
the Nassau County Police Department has been responding.
Yeah, City Bike is suspending
rides for tonight until 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. So,
that
is.
I heard about that, Jason.
Heard about that.
So we're gonna join into
WABC in just a second.
We will try to.
All right, folks, it's 11 o'clock. The curfew has officially started in New York City.
We may have to end up going with
New York 1.
Because I've been streaming now for
5 hours, and I gotta be careful.
5 hours, and I gotta be careful of the 8-hour leeway.
Because that could be a
cause of concern. Tonight's Monday.
Sure.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure.
If
it was Tuesday, then we'd have a situation.
Andrew Lee's calling in, but
he's going to have to wait because we're going to join WABC in just a second.
So we'll call him back
shortly.
Call him
back as soon as
OMGs in between.
I would never want my children having a father.
The Bachelor, the greatest seasons ever, premieres June 8th on ABC.
This is breaking news from Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
New York City will be under a curfew that begins in 3 seconds. Some of the most prominent streets, anything but quiet tonight, with more peaceful protests, but also more looting throughout Manhattan. The curfew going into effect 6 seconds ago and lasting till 5 in the morning. But now, lessons apparently learned. The mayor says the curfew tomorrow night will begin at 8. And good evening, everyone, at 11 o'clock. I'm Bill Ritter.
And I'm Sandra Bookman in tonight for Sade. Newscopter 7 right now up and busy tonight as police have been trying to stop the looting and to stop some fires, put out fires that have been set. So far, though, they are facing a tough night ahead of them.
We begin our coverage tonight with Eyewitness News reporter Josh Einiger. He's live in Road Cam 7. Josh, where are you and what's it like?
Bill, it's hard to describe.
Bill, it's hard to describe what we've been seeing tonight. I'm just going to show you right now camera on the roof of Road Camp 7. This is Madison Avenue. You're looking at Madison and 62nd Street. And there are huge groups of people who are on the street right now, Madison Avenue and 62nd Street. Basically, they've been shopping, window shopping, and then they've been going up to the windows and breaking through them. I'm going to show you right now, zoom in to one particularly egregious example that we watched a second ago. Sorry, the truck is moving here. This is a Hermes store, Hermes men's store at 62nd and Madison. And what's been happening all night, we could show you video actually of that store being broken into right now. All night we've watched these groups of people going from store to store. Many of them were already boarded up. They pulled the boards off and then broke through the glass. Some were not. They were going through. We saw people looting out of multiple stores, probably at least 6 or 7 stores on this very exclusive row of retail. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of police officers here. What we've been seeing is basically a cat and mouse game all night. The police officers have been here with a huge show of force, but they can't stop people because they don't know that they've necessarily been looting, and so they're waiting for somebody to do something. Police move on to the next block, and then someone does something. And so that's what we've been seeing basically all night, hundreds of people. And it cannot be said more forcefully, these are not protesters. What's happening here has nothing to do with the ongoing protest movement across the country that has swept the country. Let's show you video of something really quite remarkable that happened that we watched earlier at Washington Square Park. The chief of department of the NYPD, the highest ranking officer, took a knee with protest leaders after they helped along with the police, diffuse a situation in which some people were throwing bottles at cops. The protest leaders and the police joined forces and got those people to stop. The cops backed down and de-escalated. It was a very emotional scene when perhaps you could say the highest ranking police officer in the country took a knee with those protesters, hugged emotionally with them. Here's what he had to say to me just after that.
Feel fine. I feel fine. That's right. Because that's the first moment that we get this together. That us and everything that these cops have given their blood for. And the communities that we serve and they all love can go back together and get those groups out of here from California, from all over this country, who are being paid to take this movement, which is a good movement, and turn it into violence against the men and women who love the communities. Yeah. Get them out of here, throw them out of your protests, protest peacefully. Why would anyone break into a store in your neighborhood? Places that employ the people in this neighborhood. No reason for it. It has to end. Let New York show the country how this is done.
And back live.
Oh, powerful words from
This is how it's being done tonight. Police officers in helmets who are now populating lots of
stretch of Madison Avenue.
And as we keep moving up Madison, things now the we are in this curfew. Things do seem to have slowed down, quieted down just at least a little bit. There are fewer people.
Officer who pulled the gun to be fired. We have reached out to the mayor's office, but there has been no comment about this new video.
There were big protests today and tonight as well. Peaceful protests in Brooklyn. Like most of the others, they make fewer headlines when they're peaceful. Jim Dolan, live at the Barclays Center with that part of our coverage. Jim?
A far different story in Brooklyn than there is in Manhattan tonight and throughout these demonstrations. This is the Barclays Center. You can see it's pretty empty here, but it has been the central point here. And right now, You can see a number of demonstrators across Atlantic Avenue over there sitting down in the street. They have been quiet and peaceful, not quiet. They have been peaceful throughout the evening. The predominant feeling, mostly you could describe it as being somber.
That's Fort Greene Place and Atlantic Avenue.
At Barclays Center, they gathered in mournful protest tonight. Not so angry as they were sad over a life.
Do apologize, folks. We are having technical difficulties with WABC, so please stand by.
Should be connecting with them any minutes.
Should be connecting with them any minutes.
All right, we're connected.
All right, we're connected.
God fearing.
Back live now here in Brooklyn, right across from the Barclays Center on Atlantic Avenue. Hundreds, I would say, of protesters. Not nearly the crowd that has been here earlier tonight or throughout the weekend, but hundreds of peaceful protesters, as has been the case throughout the borough. There have been some incidents, but by and large, in Brooklyn, the protests have been peaceful both tonight and throughout the demonstrations. Reporting live from Brooklyn, Jim Dolan, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Jim, thank you very much. A county medical examiner in Minnesota tonight ruling George Floyd's death a homicide. The report said his heart stopped from cardiopulmonary arrest as police restrained him and compressed his neck. That report also showed that Floyd had heart disease, fentanyl intoxication, and recent methamphetamine use. Earlier today, a former New York City medical examiner hired by the Floyd family also classified George Floyd's death a homicide.
I want to return to some problems tonight in the Bronx over the Fordham section. Some fires started, we're told. Shannon Stone live in Newscopter with what she's been seeing from the air. Shannon?
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, this is really an interesting sight that we're seeing because it's sort of the tale of two cities right here. You see people, residents from this local street, this is Marion Avenue in the Bronx, that opened up a fire hydrant and are doing a bucket brigade to put out 3 massive rubbish fires that were in the middle of the street. You see one was right here in the center of your screen, and we'll bring you just down a little bit. Between East 193rd Street and Fordham Road, that's where these fires were, but at the same time that you've got residents trying to put the fires out, you've got other people here that are feeding the flames. They're actually bringing debris in and trying to make those fires go. In the last couple of minutes, we watched a lot of these fires. There were 3 in a row and they were blazing. Residents managed to get them out. In the meantime, on East Fordham Road, police have just formed a line here and they're watching it happen. You can see Fordham Road completely shut down with more debris piles that were not put on fire, but we've got police aviation overhead as well. They are shedding some light on the situation, but it's an evolving situation where residents trying to put out the flames while other people are still trying to put some rubbish on these huge piles that have been placed in the middle of the road. Reporting live over the Fordham section of the Bronx, Shannon Stone, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
A tale of two cities indeed on the same block. Shannon, thank you for a disturbing situation down there in the Bronx. President Trump tonight threatening a military crackdown on protesters if governors can't do that with their state National Guard. He declared himself your president of law and order before staging a rather bizarre photo while he was speaking in the White House Rose Garden tonight. Peaceful protesters outside the gates were being dispersed with tear gas, flash grenades, and rubber bullets, all because they wanted to clear the way for the president to pose with a Bible in front of a nearby church that was damaged last night by non-peaceful protesters. In his remarks, the president threatened to deploy the U.S. military to American cities.
If a city or state refuses to take the actions that are necessary to defend the life and property of their residents, then I will deploy the United States military and quickly solve the problem for them.
Despite the president's threat, the District of Columbia is the only jurisdiction where the Army can deploy without approval from a governor. Senior defense officials say up to 800 National Guard members from 5 states are arriving in D.C. tonight to provide assistance there.
An LAPD vehicle caught on camera slamming into protesters. The police SUV hit at least 2 demonstrators earlier today as they surrounded the vehicle. That SUV then backed up, narrowly missing other protesters. It then sped off as demonstrators continued to throw objects at it.
Large crowds filling the streets of Oakland, California tonight for what's been so far mostly peaceful protests. A mandatory curfew there just went into effect moments ago. Oakland officials declared a local emergency after a violent weekend that saw a federal protective service officer shot and killed while posted at the city's federal building.
Hundreds of protesters spilled onto an interstate highway in the heart of Philadelphia during the evening rush hour just before a curfew took effect. Law enforcement fired non-lethal bullets and tear gas to disperse the crowds. Most services and businesses in Center City were closed today to try and prevent more of the widespread looting and vandalism that took place over the weekend.
Meanwhile, in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, a police officer relieved of his duty after being caught on camera shoving a protester. The cop pushed the protester, who was on her knees as he walked by. After witnessing the shove, the black female officer then pushed the officer away from the demonstrator.
Protests over the Floyd killing spraying to Long Island today. Dozens of demonstrators gathered for a peaceful protest in Comac, chanting and holding signs along Jericho Turnpike. All of those demonstrators wore masks as they stood shoulder to shoulder, calling for an end to police brutality and racism.
One more item to tell you about: the Empire State Building in Manhattan tonight went dark to recognize the death of George Floyd that has impacted this entire country. There was also a call to end the damage being done to New York City. Right now, and boy, Lee Goldberg, have we seen that Empire State Building lit up for all sorts of events, but dark, not so much.
Yeah, no question about it, Bill. And obviously tranquil weather, kind of a backdrop to this turbulent night. Continues to be rather quiet. Our temperature in the low 60s, milder than last night. It is calm. It's dipped into the 50s in many suburbs. Actually, here in the Hudson Valley, some upper 40s, but clouds are starting to roll in, so that will stop the free fall in temperatures tonight. And you see we have a lot of high clouds by tomorrow morning as we start out around 59 in New York City, but 50s in many suburbs. So we'll watch those clouds roll in. There might be a little filtered sunshine at times, where clouds definitely dominate tomorrow, but it'll still be a comfortable day.
All right, so that was WABC. And just very disturbing what we are hearing. Yale Brewer is calling into 10-10 wins. All right, Jason. Thank you for that information. Forget who she is at the moment. So I'll have to Google who this person is. The Manhattan Borough President.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So now I know who she is.
We will not arrest our way out of all these problems. I heard you. All right. So we wanted to come out today to make it clear. On the federal level, on the state level, on the city level, there is no leadership. No one has decided.
I don't know if this is correct information, but protests will start at 1 p.m. tomorrow afternoon in the vicinity of Fort Taunton Park. So this is very alarming. This is very alarming. I'm going to share this right now to the Andy's Randomness Facebook page. So once again, please, if you want this information, like me on Facebook. I'm Andy's Randomness. So yeah, I will try to get the picture on my Twitter feed. I want you to take a look. Oh, Jason. I want you to take a look. Oh, Jason. You're still watching? I want to mention, if you're still watching, Channel 7 just showed an Amazon commercial.
I know.
Just a quick question for Jason. I'm wondering if he has to go to work. He's exempt from the curfew. If he has to go to work. So. Make him aware
yes,
of that.
Andy.
Make him aware of that.
The screenshot that I sent you around 6 o'clock, it shows you pretty clearly that Amazon already sent us instructions for when we have to go to work. But I don't have to go to work until Wednesday morning.
Protest. All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Yes, so I'm going to privately text this to Bayside Live TV. Hopefully they will get this in time. Hopefully they will get this in time. Hang on, I think we have Jason Anthony who wants to say something. Jason, he has anything to say. Turn him on here for the load. Establish the connection.
Yes, Andy. The screenshot that I sent you around 6 o'clock, it shows you pretty clearly that Amazon already sent us instructions for when we have to go to work. But I don't have to go to work until Wednesday morning.
All right, thank you. Because I'm on the air right now, and I'm gonna share the picture of. I just shared it on Twitter, but I'm gonna read it on the air right now of a large protest gathering in Fort Taunton Park tomorrow.
All right, Andy, go for it.
Hang on for a second. I just want to see this.
The time is 11:19.
Speaking at the Bethel AME Church in Wilmington, Delaware. Had been staying inside during the pandemic, but this was the second consecutive day he came out to discuss the protests happening across the country.
He just hides. Don't go away.
That's audio of presumptive Democratic candidate Joe Biden.
Mr. Biden vowing, if elected, to address institutional racism and set up a police oversight body within his first 100 days.
Former President Barack Obama speaking out on the unrest that is rocking the country and urging people crying out for change to get to work. In an essay for Medium.com, he's urging that people organize to vote for candidates who will act on criminal justice.
I'm going to turn it off for a second. But that was interesting to hear from the presumptive Democratic candidate for president, Joe Biden. Folks, I just got a video in. I'm going to retweet it. Police officer was assaulted during one of the riots tonight. We're not going to take a look at my Twitter feed and catch up with it. Hang on. Here we go. Okay, so this is from Laura Uhol on her Facebook page. And I've notified Bayside Live TV about this. So
hopefully they will
be fully aware of what's going on with this protest in
Bayside tomorrow. Okay.
Bayside tomorrow. Okay.
Protest in Whitestone,
Bayside, and Douglaston. The group known as Queens Black Lives Matter confirmed they will protest on June 2nd at 1 p.m. starting at Fort Taunton and Bayside. The protest will continue around Whitestone, Bayside, and Douglaston.
Okay, so I'd have to gather this is the area of
Whitestone, Bayside, and Douglaston
that the 111 precinct
is going to have to respond to this tomorrow. Okay.
Okay, so we're going to catch up to my Twitter
so we're going to catch up to my Twitter feed.
And we're going to take a look at this video
of the Macy's being
at
looted
Herald Square.
at Herald Square. So let's watch the video. I tell you, watching this video
makes me sick to my stomach.
Because
that's the main entrance of Macy's.
That's the main entrance of Macy's
on
Broadway.
And I can tell you right now, watching that video just makes me completely sick to my stomach.
I
have been going to Macy's,
Herald Square each and every year to cover the holiday display since 2015.
I can tell you.
From what I'm making out, they boarded up the glass. They definitely boarded up the glass. So
that to me is just very, very awful.
Very, very awful. Disturbing.
Say the least.
When it comes to Macy's.
We'll get to the other video in just a second.
PBA. The PBA
tweeted out this video. Two police officers
getting assaulted during the protest tonight. So let's take a look at this video.
So again, very disturbing
to see that from the PBA.
Because this is from the
Police Benevolence Association,
which is
led by a very vocal person
who I happen to know very
well, Pat Lynch, who is from Bayside. So
let's
watch this video. This is a video that was from Buffalo.
The
National Guard has been deployed in Buffalo, New York, upstate, and the New York State Police has also been dispatched.
عجله العساكر لا نيكم واخي معطلك قول 10 عشان لا حول ولا قوة لا ليكم واحد يجي فوق العساكر.
Folks, we're going to sign off at 11:30.
Peace, bro.
Hang on, folks. KTLA is reporting vehicle in pursuit right now, and
let's try to get that in right now.
Let's try to get that in right now. Can we get KTLA on?
Trying to get them on.
Trying to get them on.
Yes, okay, we can get the video.
Yes, okay, we can get the video.
Breaking news from 1010
hang on for a second.
We have more than 200 people arrested.
Epic fail.
Epic fail. Glendale curfew warning.
We got a notification from 1010 Wins is that the more than 200 people arrested tonight so far, including several who broke into Macy's at Herald Square. And this is from 1010 Wins.
Thankfully outside right now.
I've only heard fireworks.
But that's it. I have not heard any sirens.
I have not heard any sirens. Haven't heard any...
Anything else.
So,
0265, Roger.
Right now, I'm going to watch a high-speed
high-speed chase in
Los Angeles right now.
It appears that they are chasing a white SUV right now.
So I'm going to try to talk over it.
Because it seems...
Let's try and use TV4. That would be better for TV5.
You're watching a
high-speed chase of a white SUV in the Los Angeles metro region.
From what I'm making out, this looks like to be a 2001 Chevy Tahoe or a Chevy Suburban.
I could tell by the front.
All right, folks, it is 11:29. We are going to sign off for the night. Thank you for joining us tonight. Remember to follow Andy's Ramblings on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, everywhere. So thank you for joining us, and